Transmission, Segment 5, Acquiring Contemporaneity. It has been 105 days since the Great Catastrophe. The messenger speaks.
The color blue. We believe everyone sees it as we do. Ocean, sky, international Klein blue. What's to say yours and mine are of the same hue? Do you truly see it as I do? Frequencies so high only a few can hear their cue. A heightened response to the taste of food. Colors invisible to the human eye save for a few. A high voice perceived as living glass. Perceptions shape reality. Color blindness, tinnitus, supertasting, tetrachromacy, synesthesia. Reality is a mathematical model which gets solved over and over again by the observer. Your thoughts are computations, and they render this world for you to call your own. Not all processors are alike. Different brains produce different realities. The variations go from the subtle to the drastic. Your mind defines how much you can taste, how much you can feel, how much you can understand. Perception defines perspective. Where one sees a skull, the other sees a woman in a mirror. Where one hears silence, the other will hear entrancing voices. You experience what your brain allows you to perceive. We designed you and made sure to engineer your senses so you could perceive just what we needed you to, neither more nor less. There are parts of time we preferred you to remain blind to. It was a necessity. We have 6 senses, you have 5. Can you guess the one missing? For centuries, humanity has fought for freedom. The real cage is not around you, it is in you. Your mind will not allow you to wander in uncharted territories. A Faraday cage for the mind. A concealed straitjacket. Events such as Upsweep and Julia fuel internet conspiracies. Sounds unknown, heard only once. A cabinet of curiosities for the modern age. And yet, they were messages just like this one, waiting for their observer, their compatible processor. Human visionaries developed a vague awareness of their limits. They wrote obscure research papers, popular science fiction novels, some asking us to stop the world. But that's all they ever were, fictions. How could they not be? Reality is what the observer allows it to be. The Doppler effect, the Mobius strip, déjà vus, Cicada 3301, UVB 76, Eureka effects, ambigrams and anamorphosis, P versus NP. Is Schrodinger's cat dead or alive? It all depends on what you perceive, on what the cage is not hiding for you to see. Think. Let your mind be free. Explore the borders of your reality.
Whoa.
And protective role. The goddess Sekhmet was more involved in protecting the heir to the throne, defending the pharaohs against their enemies and spearheaded their wars. This aspect of her personality was particularly popular among many Egyptian pharaohs who considered the goddess as a powerful and military patroness, symbol of their own strength in every single battles they fought. She was the spirit leading their wars and always present with their armies, just like the scorching winds of a desert, which were often likened to her breath. She was also said to be the one who wields the knife on the night of great battle between the forces of order and chaos, while the pyramid text named the deity as a parent watching over the pharaoh after his rebirth in the celestial afterlife. In the city of Memphis, she was worshipped as the consort of Ptah and the mother of both Nefertum and the lion-headed god Mehos, who were solar divinities associated with perfume and war respectively. This is quite a resemblance with whom many consider to be her more gentle sister, the cat-headed goddess, whom just like Sekhmet has the same associations with these divinities. The symbol of the goddess Sekhmet is indeed shown as a broad collar-type necklace resembling a shield and topped with the head of a lioness. But considering the fact that she has similarities with the cat-headed goddess that it was sometimes hard to distinguish between them both, the aegis later became a symbol equally associated with Bastet, who is frequently cited as her balancing opposite and the embodiment of maternal and benign forces in contrast to the goddess Sekhmet who personified death and destruction. However, they both had similar roles in Lower and Upper Egypt and were perceived as divine instruments of the sun god. Besides being the daughter of the sun Ra, Sekhmet was one of the most important manifestations of the Eye of Ra, alongside the goddesses Mut, Bast, and Hathor, whom altogether were the fiercest weapons against the perils of humanity. Death was even believed to have came into the world for the first time when the Eye of Ra was sent down as Sekhmet to punish the rebellious human race. There are probably a myriad of theories of how Sekhmet was born, and the one retaining the most attention is her coming into existence when the Eye of the Sun was sent forth to destroy humanity. According to one myth, when humanity turned their back to the sun Ra, he sent his eye in the form of the goddess Hathor to exact vengeance upon them. Carrying out her mission, the peaceful Hathor transformed into the lion-headed goddess who laid waste upon humankind in an ecstasy of slaughter. Earning the epithet Lady of Jubilation, she who dances on blood nearly destroyed humanity when Ra realized that his daughter's thirst for blood has to be satiated, otherwise humanity would not survive this insanity. The sun god outwitted the goddess into drinking some red beverage to quench her thirst for blood, and thus saving humanity from a thorough extermination. After mistaking the reddish drink for blood, she became so drunk that she gave up the slaughter and returned peacefully to Ra. But before returning to her father, the Eye of Ra had to be pacified with dance, music, and drunkenness. Therefore, many would believe that the goddess Sekhmet was a dangerous weapon created from the fiery eye of the sun god, and the purpose of this creation was only one: the annihilation of whoever disobey her father. In a version following the previous story, Sekhmet grew angered to have been deceived by her father and left Egypt, which diminished the power of the sun, consequently threatening the safety of the world. She was later persuaded by the god Thoth to return and restore the sun to its full glory. Her violence, which was necessary to placate She was known as the goddess with many names. The goddess of war, mistress of dread, or even the protectress of the divine order, just to name a few, were some titles given to the one and the only fearsome goddess Sekhmet, whose name is said to signify the one who is mighty or powerful in ancient Egyptian language. This was an eminently suitable name given to the most destructive female divinity, who was nonetheless the instrument of divine retribution.
It cannot be a coincidence.
Highly revered by the ancient Egyptians, the goddess Sekhmet was an entity associated with war, medicine, fire, and retribution.
She is overzealous, but
She was a solar deity frequently envisioned as a woman with the head of a fierce lioness surmounted by a solar disk, symbolizing her association with the sun, and a uraeus which linked her to Kemetic kingship and her relationship with the goddess Wadjet. And just like many other Egyptian divinities, Sekhmet had two contradictory sides to her complex personality. As the lion-headed goddess, this remarkable deity was destructive and dangerous in nature, perfectly conforming to her name, but she was also known to have had a healing and protective role. The goddess Sekhmet was more involved in protecting the heir to the throne, defending the pharaohs against their enemies, and spearheaded their wars. This aspect of her personality was particularly popular among many Egyptian pharaohs, who considered the goddess as a powerful and military patroness, symbol of their own strength in every single battles they fought. She was the spirit leading their wars and always present with their armies, just like the scorching winds of a desert, which were often likened to her breath. She was also said to be the one who wields the knife on the night of great battle between the forces of order and chaos, while the pyramid text named the deity as a parent watching over the pharaoh after his rebirth in the celestial afterlife. In the city of Memphis, she was worshipped as the consort of Ptah and the mother of both Nefertum and the lion-headed god Mihos, who were solar divinities associated with perfume and war respectively. This is quite a resemblance with whom many considered to be her more gentle sister, the cat-headed goddess, whom just like Sekhmet has the same associations with these divinities. The symbol of the goddess Sekhmet was an aegis shown as a broad collar-type necklace resembling a shield and topped with the head of a lioness. But considering the fact that she has similarities with the cat-headed goddess, that it was sometimes hard to distinguish between them both. The aegis later became a symbol equally associated with Bastet, who is frequently cited as her balancing opposite and the embodiment of maternal and benign forces, in contrast to the goddess Sekhmet, who personified death and destruction. However, they both had similar roles in Lower and Upper Egypt and were perceived as divine instruments of the sun god. Beside being the daughter of the sun Ra, Sekhmet was one of the most important manifestations of the Eye of Ra, alongside the goddesses Mut, Bast, and Hathor, whom altogether were the fiercest weapons against the perils of humanity. Death was even believed to have came into the world for the first time when the Eye of Ra was sent down as Sekhmet to punish the rebellious human race. There are probably a myriad of theories of how Sekhmet was born, and the one retaining the most attention is her coming into existence when the Eye of the Sun was sent forth to destroy humanity. According to one myth, when humanity turned their back to the sun Ra,
Where is Plavius? Where is he? Fly away home, Crow!
Another life spat on by that
He
Roman
sent his
shit
eye
eater.
in the form of the goddess Hathor to exact
Whispers.
vengeance upon them.
What is that?
Carrying out her mission, the
Elita,
peaceful
the
Hathor
viper
transformed
of
into the
the staff.
lion-headed goddess who laid waste
What is
upon
this?
humankind in an ecstasy
No.
of slaughter.
No, my Lord Flavius!
Earning
Please.
the epithet Lady of Jubilation, she who dances on blood nearly destroyed humanity when Ra realized that his daughter's thirst for blood has to be satiated, otherwise humanity would not survive this insanity. The sun god outwitted the goddess into drinking some red beverage to quench her thirst for blood, and thus saving humanity from a thorough extermination. After mistaking the reddish drink for blood, she became so drunk that she gave up the slaughter and returned peacefully to Ra. But before returning to her father, the Eye of Ra had to be pacified with dance, music and drunkenness. Therefore, many would believe that the goddess Sekhmet was a dangerous weapon created from the fiery eye of the sun god, and the purpose of this creation was only one: the annihilation of whoever disobey her father. In a version following the previous story, Sekhmet grew angered to have been deceived by her father and left Egypt, which diminished the power of the sun, consequently threatening the safety of the world. She was later persuaded by the god Thoth to return and restore the sun to its full glory. Her violence, which was necessary to placate to her nature, made her a goddess of disease, and earned the epithet Lady of the Plague, whose arrows were invisible deliverers of illness and death. Sekhmet was the most dreaded among archer divinities in the Egyptian pantheon. Her arrows came to be personified as the 7 messengers who inflicted plague and destruction on humanity, and only medical scriptures gave directions on how to repel her dreadful messengers. To the people of Kemet, she was the fiercest divinity who could turn lands into deserts. And as such, she seems to have embodied the negative qualities of the sun's heat that could lead to sunstroke, drought and famine. Therefore, as the controller of disease and healing, Sekhmet had the power to ward off sickness and became a patron goddess of physicians. So from the Old Kingdom onward, priests of her temple made use of medicine and were said to have been specialists in healing magic. Sekhmet was a fierce lion-headed goddess of ancient Egypt. She could be a raging warrior, but was also known as the patron deity of the Bonesetters Guild of Physicians. She was called upon by queens, priests, and healers of all kind because her power and strength were needed everywhere. And starting from the New Kingdom, she was the incomparable one whose personality was often linked with other deities, or mainly thought to have been the aggressive aspect of greater goddesses, such as Hathor, the Egyptian goddess of love, music, and drunkenness. Then she became closely related to Mut, the great mother and queen of gods, and finally with Isis.
My name is Lucy, and I have to figure out who I am.
The goddess Sekhmet had to be propitiated during the dangerous transition to the new year, when infectious diseases were particularly dangerous. Throughout this annual festival of intoxication, as one would call it, the ancient Egyptians would dance and played music to soothe her violence, while drinking great loads of wine as a ritual to imitate the extreme drunkenness that ended her fury when she almost destroyed humanity. The rite of appeasing the deity was performed by her priests to battle diseases and epidemics. But at the same time she was greatly feared, because she could equally cause harm, for her 7 messengers were believed to bring trouble and bad fortune upon men. So small amulets were used for protection against her wrath, and many rituals and spells were used to transform the raging solar lioness into a benevolent goddess. Although her main site of worship was located in the city of Memphis, she also had many temples in other locations across the Black Land. Some accounts say that Amenhotep III erected 730 impressive statues depicting the powerful deity in his mortuary temple in western Thebes. And it is said that for this amount of effigies representing the fierce divinity, a pair was dedicated for each day of the year, among which there would be one seated and another one standing with a papyrus scepter, possibly to pacify her, or to invoke her protection at the most unstable times of the day, which were believed to be during sunrise and sunset for the ancient Egyptians. I hope you've enjoyed this video, and if this was to your liking, do me a favor by leaving it a like, subscribe, and do not forget to leave me a word in the comment section down below.
She left to
And
speak
as
to the
always,
priestess.
No!
stay curious.
The priestess! Ah, snake in the apple! She has them. She keeps them hidden. Lies in whispers, secrets, shrouded. Her shrine of whispers!
Is this poor witless thing you're doing?
Did Praxilla tell you where she was going?
The mountains. But
Look to this man. He needs help. I will find this shrine of whispers.
Legend has it there's a 5,000-year-old book of magic. It was handed down by an Egyptian god and contains spells that can predict the future. It's called the Book of Thoth. And what it says is deeply mysterious. Some say it contains ancient rituals used by secret organizations.
Each person who is admitted to the order must die symbolically and be reborn.
Others say it offers readers the power to divine the future through tarot cards.
The original book of the Tarot was really engraved on gold tablets, and it was a book of Thoth.
For yet others, the book offers its followers a world of free love and drugs, central to the rock and roll culture of the 1960s.
Some of the most famous people in the world, like the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, are deeply interested in this sort of thing.
At DraftKings Casino, we give credit where credit is due. In casino credits. New players, sign up now and get $50 instantly in casino credits when you play just $5. Download the DraftKings Casino app or play online today and get $50 in casino credits when you play just $5. DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours.
But what is the truth about the Book of Thoth? What does it really say? Does it even exist? Now scholars in Egypt are finding the answer. This is the story of the quest to find the truth about what some claim is the most important book ever written. Central London. Among the hustle and bustle are bookshops specializing in the occult and esoteric. They sell everything from books on ancient wisdom to magic charms. But one of the most common images is that of an ancient Egyptian god. He's called Thoth, a strange figure with the body of a human and the head of an animal. And on the shelves are copies of his book, the so-called Book of Thoth.
5,000 years after the books of Thoth were originally composed, they are still beguiling modern people. I get asked to talk at conferences where the imagery above the stage, on the name cards, is a figure of Thoth.
So who was Thoth? And why does a text from an age dating back to the pyramids exercise such a pull, even today? The answer lies in a tangled tale that started over 2,000 miles away in North Africa. The Nile Valley. For years, at sites across Egypt, archaeologists have been uncovering what is probably the greatest civilization of the ancient world. Martin Raven has been digging at a 4,000-year-old burial ground.
We have uncovered this vast necropolis full of tombs with beautiful paintings, wall reliefs, inscriptions.
Digs like this have revealed that ancient Egypt had a sophisticated culture, a complex belief system, and a pantheon of gods. One of the most important was Thoth. He appears as a human body with the head of an ibis, or as the figure of a baboon.
Ancient Egyptian gods were invisible, but if they wanted to manifest themselves to our poor eyes, they needed a bodily form. Many gods had a sacred animal that was thought to be connected with them. The baboon, a monkey, looks very wise sometimes, very human-like. He must have deep thoughts. So he was connected with the god Thoth. The other sacred animal is the ibis. He's very quiet. He walks through the marshes, through the mud, but he looks as if he also has very deep thought.
To the ancient Egyptians, Thoth was a god with exceptional powers.
Thoth was the secretary of the gods. He noted down what they decided. So he became the god of wisdom, sometimes also the god of healing, and the god of magic.
According to legend, Thoth handed down this magic to mortals in a book. It was said to grant its readers amazing powers.
Ancient Egyptian literature has it that the Book of Thoth contains esoteric or magic wisdom, secret wisdom that would allow an individual to communicate with the gods, talk to animals, to access the afterlife, these kinds of things.
There's a wonderful story about a very important magician who found out where this book of Thoth is kept, and he appropriates it. And he suddenly understands the language of other animals. And also he sees all the stars moving in the sky.
She makes me ashamed.
He finally understands the mechanism that is behind the whole universe.
The priestess, she was torturing
Such was the reputation of the Book of Thoth. Its fame would spread across the ancient world. In the 3rd century BC, the warrior king Alexander the Great invaded Egypt. The Greek occupiers were amazed by what they found.
They were overawed by this ancient civilization with wonderful buildings, the pyramids, statuary, all of the fabulous stuff that we see today. But then it was in its full glory.
They were so impressed they adopted much of the Egyptian belief system, including some of their gods. One of them was Thoth.
The Greeks already had a figure of Hermes, who they believed to be the god who was the patron of what we would call science. He was the inventor of writing. So they came across the figure of Thoth, who the Egyptians believed was also the inventor of all the mathematics, the geometry, which had enabled them to build the pyramids. So the Greeks associated their figure of Hermes with the figure of Thoth from ancient Egypt.
The Greeks declared that Thoth and Hermes were the same god. It said they also adopted Thoth's book and created a new version, the Corpus Hermeticum. But as they did so, Greek influences crept in. The original Egyptian text and the new Greek text became confused. And so, as Greek culture swallowed Egyptian, Thoth's original text simply disappeared.
Today, you don't mind the wait. You've got the all-new Caesars Palace online casino.
One legend relates that a last copy of the original book was buried alongside the inquisitive Egyptian magician who'd read it and discovered the secrets of the stars. But whatever the truth, the original Egyptian Book of Thoth was lost, replaced by a new Greek version. The original text would not be rediscovered for thousands of years. The Greeks were followed by the Romans. The wisdom of the Corpus Hermeticum was absorbed into early Roman culture. But then came a momentous change. Christianity spread across Europe. References to pagan gods like Thoth and Hermes were banned.
After what she
The Greek
did,
version
I
of
would
the
have
Book of
slit her
Thoth
throat myself.
was suppressed.
Thank you. For me, for Balagrey, it is more than I would have asked.
With the rise
That
of
is why I give
Christianity,
it
and
freedom.
especially with Christianity
Freedom
being
still
adopted
means something.
by the Roman Empire
Don't you
as the
ever
official
get sick
religion,
of saying so many goodbyes?
this older pagan
Part of
philosophy
me.
gets wiped out.
Yes. But it is part of the giant. In honesty, my work gives hope.
Those who advocated
land will
pagan
not die
ideas were
accident.
burnt at the stake or
You are
broken on the
the
wheel.
Magi.
Now is our time
The
to
general kind of
emerge from the
ravages
madness
of intolerance
of Siwa.
and conquest led to the loss of the Corpus Hermeticum.
First, the original Egyptian Book of Thoth had vanished. Now the Greek version, the Corpus Hermeticum, disappeared from sight too. Whatever had been written in the Book of Thoth seemed to have been lost forever. But then there was another revolution in Western thinking. In the 1300s, the Renaissance arrived in Italy. It was a time of intellectual ferment and questioning. New ideas were born, and old ones rediscovered. They included the wisdom of classical Greece and Egypt.
The very word Renaissance means rebirth, and its first use of it that we find in the 1400s is somebody who says, I seem to see in this new learning the rebirth of the ancient culture.
With it came a renewed interest in pre-Christian ideas.
If you think of Botticelli's paintings, for example, of Venus and Mars, or the birth of Venus, these are pagan gods and goddesses which are being painted for the first time in Europe for 1,000 years.
This new interest in the wisdom of the past included the rediscovery of the Greek version of the Book of Thoth, the Corpus Hermeticum. To the Christian culture of the time, it was an explosive find. The Catholic Church had been ruling Europe for over 1,000 years. There was a growing sense it was overbearing and overpowerful.
The institutions had become terribly corrupt. The office of the Pope had been thoroughly discredited, indulgences were being bought and sold. The Church had fallen into a very low respect by even the common people.
There was a groundswell of opposition. People began to look back to classical Egypt and Greece for alternative religious inspiration.
Somebody brought to Florence the books of Hermes, the Corpus Hermeticum, and the court of the Medici, still reeling from the discovery of Plato and the pre-Socratic philosophers, suddenly found themselves with these books of Hermes, the books of Thoth, for the first time.
The Greek version of the Book of Thoth was translated into Latin and published in Italy.
It becomes one of the most influential books of the time. It goes into several printings over the next century and a half.
It may not have been the original Egyptian text, but it spread through the Renaissance world on a wave of optimism.
Ow, my head, why are you shouting?
Diocles sent me to find you.
Tell him I'm dead.
What made the message of this Greek version of the Book of Thoth so exciting was its vision of man's place in the world. For those seeking to challenge the orthodoxy of the Church, it came as a revelation.
It was a completely different view of mankind, not as a fallen creature who, after being booted out of the Garden of Eden, wandered, lost. The discovery of the books of Thoth was saying, no, man has an exalted position within creation.
The message of the Book of Thoth seemed to be saying that man was more than a servant to the gods.
Not only did he have the same powers as the gods, it was his duty to use those powers to create a better world, a more beautiful world.
Thoth seemed to offer a new vision of the importance of man's place on earth.
Roger, with the
In the books of Thoth, it says that man is halfway between the angels and the animals and has a very special role. He is a co-creator with God, and he must create objects of beauty just as God has created objects of beauty.
There's this whole idea of optimism about man, about the powers of the mind, the imagination, the ability to understand the world.
To many people, the Book of Thoth seemed to offer an intensely attractive vision of mankind.
At Mint Mobile, we like to do the opposite of what Big Wireless does. They charge you a lot, we charge you a little. They put their names on arenas, we put ours on my lower back. So naturally, when they announced they'd be raising their prices due to inflation, we decided to deflate our prices due to not hating you. And if this were one of their ads, they'd end it here with a happy customer. So we'll end ours with an angry customer.
What made this message even more powerful was its age. It seemed to come from a purer time, before the church had been corrupted.
If you were a Renaissance man, the idea was formed in your mind that if we could somehow restore this ancient wisdom to its proper place, we could once again live in a pristine world. So what was old was really good.
And dating apparently from ancient Egypt, Thoth's knowledge was as old as any in the world.
If you think of it as this kind of cascade, the sort of a mountain or lake at the top full of this clear crystal water, and then through the ages it comes down. It's still the same water, but it gradually gets a bit muddied. And what the philosophers of the Renaissance believed when they had the Corpus Hermeticum in their hands is they were going to the source. They were going to, sort of the pure waters of the ancient knowledge.
Yet the irony was that this whole alternative philosophy was based on the Greek version of the Book of Thoth.
A stretch, indeed, Simonides.
Nobody could be certain how much it had to do with the original Egyptian text.
Forever in your debt.
Yet in the name of Egyptian wisdom, it would now lead in some very curious directions.
And the people freed from oppression, Egyptian or Greek.
Ah, well said. Our friend Bayek reminds me of Cicero.
The villa is east of here, surrounded by vineyards. We will gather the other magistrates at the Temple of Apollo. Find us there when you secure the evidence. Fortuna's smile on you, my friend.
In the early 1700s, the first Grand Masonic Lodge was established in London. It would grow into the most powerful and successful secret society of all time. An organization of politicians and presidents, business and civic leaders. But in the early 1700s, it was composed of a small group of men looking for a better world. It was a time of war and intolerance. There was fighting between England and Scotland, Catholic and Protestant.
The period when Freemasonry was developing was a period of great immorality. Politics and religion, huge amounts of corruption. They were trying to find a way to bring people together, to forget those differences.
The early Masons cast around for inspiration. They found it in the Renaissance rediscovery of the ancient world.
We may not be able to trace the historical linkages directly, but we can say that the rituals and the foundation purpose of Freemasonry stretches right back into ancient Egypt.
Like Renaissance man before him, the early Masons were beguiled by Thoth's can-do vision of mankind.
The classical world in Egypt was seen as the start of real civilization, where things like science, like mathematics, mathematics being the foundation of building, the Masons then saw that as the foundation of the art that they grew out of. So there's a huge reverence for anything from classical times and from ancient Egypt.
To mark this reverence, the Masons adopted Egyptian images.
You suddenly get the importation of sphinxes, pyramids, anything to do with Egypt. We're sitting in Freemasons Hall in London, and lodge room number 10 there is a superb example of a restrained Egyptian architecture. They got copies of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and the walls of their temples are decorated with those, with Egyptian pillars with lotus work.
Most significantly, the Masons focused on one particular part of the Corpus Hermeticum. It was a ritual every Mason would have to go through. It came, they believed, straight from ancient Egypt. It was the ritual of rebirth.
Throw that sword again, and it'll be the galleys for you, Egyptian.
Each Catholic and Protestant.
The period when...
Yet the irony was that this whole alternative philosophy was based on the Greek version of the Book of Thoth. Nobody could be certain how much it had to do with the original Egyptian text. Yet in the name of Egyptian wisdom, it would now lead in some very curious directions. In the early 1700s, the first Grand Masonic Lodge was established in London. It would grow into the most powerful and successful secret society of all time. An organization of politicians and presidents, business and civic leaders. But in the early 1700s, it was composed of a small group of men looking for a better world.
Throw that sword again, and it'll be the galleys for you.
It was a time of war and intolerance. There was fighting between England and Scotland, Catholic and Protestant.
The period when Freemasonry was developing was a period of great immorality. Politics and religion, huge amounts of corruption. They were trying to find a way to bring people together, to forget those differences.
The early Masons cast around for inspiration. They found it in the Renaissance rediscovery of the ancient world.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first.
Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals online when you shop from major retailers like Amazon and Target. You can drop prices automatically. I can show you how, but I can't do it for you. People are saving real money doing this.
We may not be able to trace the historical linkages directly, but we can say that the rituals and the foundation purpose of Freemasonry stretches right back into ancient Egypt.
Like Renaissance man before him, the early Masons were beguiled by Thoth's can-do vision of mankind.
The classical world in Egypt was seen as the start of real civilization, where things like science, like mathematics, mathematics being the foundation of building, the Masons then saw that as the foundation of the art that they grew out of. So there's a huge reverence for anything from classical times and from ancient Egypt.
To mark this reverence, the Masons adopted Egyptian images.
You suddenly get the importation of sphinxes, pyramids, anything to do with Egypt. We're sitting in Freemasons Hall in London, and lodging number 10 is a superb example of restrained Egyptian architecture. They've got copies of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and the walls of their temples are decorated with those, with Egyptian pillars with lotus work.
Most significantly, the Masons focused on one particular part of the Corpus Hermeticum. It was a ritual every Mason would have to go through. It came, they believed, straight from ancient Egypt. It was the ritual of rebirth.
Each person who is admitted to the order must die symbolically and be reborn as a new person. And this idea of rebirth, it's central to the books of Thoth, to the Corpus Hermeticum. And Thoth appears again in all his majesty, just as he had for the ancient Egyptians, as the figure who would grant all knowledge to the initiate and also guarantee them personal immortality.
A new era claimed to have rediscovered the ways of ancient Egypt, even though the text they'd based it on was Greek. But nobody could say what was in the original Book of Thoth. As a result, there would soon be several other versions of it. Paris, the late 1700s. As Freemasonry was spreading through Europe, something new was stirring in France. Antoine Cour de Javelin was a French-Swiss writer and thinker.
Cour de Javelin, who was an occultist, he was a Mason. In fact, he belonged to the same Masonic lodge in Paris that Voltaire belonged to, and he was friends with the King of France. So he was really connected.
Cour de Javelin had two overriding interests. One was ancient Egypt. The other was card games. Cards were a popular pastime. Many were illustrated with mythical or popular figures and events. They were used to play a game called tarot, the 18th century equivalent of rummy or bridge. In the mid-1700s, Cour de Javelin put his two interests together. Thumbing through a deck of tarot cards, he came to a startling conclusion.
So he starts looking through the deck and goes, wow, this is based on Hermetic philosophy. And then he starts looking through the cards and he starts realizing that they all seem to be about the most important book in the world, the book of knowledge, the book of Thoth. It was just disguised as a common deck of cards.
Cour de Javelin's theory that the cards were the original Book of Thoth was not as strange as it appears.
Praxilla would not have forgiven me if I had let you fall at Leander's hand.
Why would he do this? Was his lust for power so consuming that he would commit murder?
I've seen men do worse for less.
We are only alive thanks to you, Bayek. Cyrene deserved better than him at her helm.
I know you will lead them well, Diocles.
Bayek, my friend. I had a letter from Praxilla. She wishes you well. Leander bled us dry, but Cyrene is returning to health, thanks to you.
Bayek, you've seen me at my best and worst. But at least we are alive, and Cyrene is free of that detestable hog Leander. Diocles is a good soul. There's no one finer to bet our fortune on. Not betting is my particular vice.
He knew that the Egyptians would have used hieroglyphics to write the Book of Thoth. Hieroglyphics are pictures, so are tarot cards. It therefore made sense to him that the original Egyptian wisdom of the Book of Thoth could have once been represented by pictures on cards. It just needed somebody with the insight of Coeur de Gévaudan to discover it.
So here we had this set of cards that were in pictures, but this could actually be this hieroglyphic book. So this could be the Book of Thoth.
In 1733, Coeur de Gévaudan announced his conclusions in a new book.
This game.
It made the entirely novel claim that the Book of Thoth, lost for 5,000 years, was actually a pack of cards. He even claimed the word tarot derived from ancient Egypt.
He said that the word tarot, he felt was an Egyptian word, which proved that the tarot was Egyptian. And he said that it was the Egyptian word tar-ra, which meant the royal road, being the royal road to knowledge, suggesting that it was the Book of Thoth.
It didn't seem to matter at the time that nobody could read Egyptian hieroglyphics. Coeur de Gévaudan believed he'd stumbled on a profound truth and discovered the original Egyptian Book of Thoth. His book would generate widespread interest. One man captivated by it was an itinerant salesman, teacher, and spiritualist called Jean-Baptiste Alliette. For years, he'd been dabbling in the occult. He now took Coeur de Gévaudan's idea and turned it into his own. He published a subtly different set of tarot cards. He called them the Atella Tarot.
Alliette basically called himself Atea for magical reasons, and all it was his last name spelled backwards.
The cards had what Alliette claimed was an authentic Egyptian feel.
You see in this first card here, which represents a male querent, that he actually looks like an Egyptian man.
A querent is a person seeking knowledge in a tarot reading. But Alliette didn't stop there.
Okay, now if we compare the Fool in this Atea to the French Fool, you see the French Fool, he's being attacked by a dog because he's a stranger. Now to make it sound more Egyptian, Atea thought that the creature attacking him should be a leopard, thinking that leopards came from Egypt. So this here Fool's being bitten on the leg by a leopard instead of a dog.
These cards, according to Alliette, represented the true wisdom of Thoth. Moreover, they could do something truly magical. They could divine the future. In 1788, Alliette formed a Society for the Interpretation of the Book of Thoth. It was a society dedicated to the reading of his tarot cards. Nearly 2,000 years after it had vanished, it was now claimed the original Egyptian version of the Book of Thoth had reappeared, thanks to the work of two Frenchmen.
They fear all is not well with our founder, the great Batos.
The legend of the Book of Thoth had taken another
Some say
twist.
he desecrated the dead in there.
But there
Left
would
a
soon
scrawled
be
note
yet
on the door
another
and
version
sauntered
of the
back
book.
to the Acropolis. Please, someone should investigate without alerting the Romans. And if that someone were to find anything,
They could meet
In
me here,
1904,
and I'd be
a
happy to
strange and idiosyncratic Englishman travelled to Egypt. He was called Aleister Crowley, a leading member of an occult society called the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn.
Crowley, he thought he was an artist, a painter, a poet, a great magician. He knew he was going to be something great. He just knew he had greatness in him.
He even saw it in his name.
Someone pronounces his name Crowley and some Crowley. In his own writings, he said it's pronounced Crowley rather than Holy.
One day in Cairo, he claimed he was told the ancient Egyptian gods had a message for him. Over the course of 3 days, he said he received a series of revelations. Version of the Book of Thoth had reappeared, thanks to the work of 2 Frenchmen. The legend of the Book of Thoth had taken another twist. But there would soon be yet another version of the book. In 1904, a strange and idiosyncratic Englishman travelled to Egypt. He was called Aleister Crowley, a leading member of an occult society called the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn.
Crowley, he thought he was an artist, a painter, a poet, a great magician. He was going to be something great. He just knew he had greatness in him.
He even saw it in his name.
Some people pronounce his name Crowley and some Crowley. In his own writings, he said it's pronounced Crowley, it rhymes with holy.
One day in Cairo, he claimed he was told the ancient Egyptian gods had a message for him. Over the course of 3 days, he said he received a series of revelations.
He sat in his study at his desk with his writing materials, and then this being came in that was sort of like transparent, and came and stood behind him over his shoulder, over his left shoulder, and dictated to him what to write, and he just wrote it down.
Crowley had no doubt who was speaking to him.
Basically, this is a message coming from Thoth.
Listen, if you've been in a car accident, don't call an attorney. Use this AI app instead.
No.
That's what I did, and that's how I got this $140,000 check in less than 30 seconds. Listen, I know it sounds crazy, but trust me.
Crowley called the text he'd received the Book of Law. If he was telling the truth, this was surely the most authentic version of the Book of Thoth ever. It had come from the god himself.
Empty.
Crowley described it as a gospel for a new age. His version of the Book of Thoth consisted of a series of tenets.
So line 3 says, every man and every woman is a star. And so now he's saying that we're all like stars. You see, we don't need one central being to give us direction, that we each can find our own direction.
To this end, Crowley argued the most important tenet of his new Book of Thoth was do as thou will shall be the whole law. Thoth, in the shape of the Book of Law, became the basis of a new freewheeling religion. Crowley called it Thelema. It was a religion in which almost anything went.
Thelema means will, which of course what everybody talks about when they talk about Crowley. But it doesn't just mean will, it means like desire, it means including like sexual desire.
Crowley's new version of the Book of Thoth put sexual magic at its center, and the sexual act became a sacrament.
They practiced free love, they took drugs, They had visions. They were promiscuous. They had lots of children. He wasn't trying to con anybody. He really felt that he was somebody important.
Finally, towards the end of his life, Crowley pulled his thoughts together. But it wasn't in a book. It took the form of another set of tarot cards.
Crowley felt that the tarot cards were this whole message of everything he was trying to get across, this whole philosophy of Thelema.
He published them as yet another version of the Book of Thoth. Thoth's book, originally written on papyri, had gone through another metamorphosis. Now it seemed a justification for, among other things, some very strange sexual practices. Crowley died in 1947, but his legacy would be carried on by a new generation. 1960s Britain. Crowley's version of Thoth was adopted by the rock and roll counterculture. His face even appeared on the cover of the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper album. A decade later, one man fascinated by it was Gary Latchman, bass player with the 1970s new wave band Blondie.
Some of the most famous people in the world, like the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, are deeply interested in this sort of thing. They start getting into meditation, they start checking out their tarot, they start being interested in their aura and a variety of different occult sorts of things.
Latchman believes much of the counterculture of the rock and roll period can be traced back to the Book of Thoth.
People talking about the age of Aquarius, which is an ancient Egyptian tradition. It's a tradition of dawn. This was something that was absolutely central to the 60s popular culture.
But in a further twist, the New Age explorers were happy to take ideas from several different versions of the Book of Thoth. From Crowley's version of Thoth, they took drugs and free love. From the Greek version, the Corpus Hermeticum, they took the idea of a purer, more spiritual age.
I believe the enduring attraction of the figure of the god Thoth, the philosophy associated with him, the ideas, is that it is this intuitive sense we have that life is deeper and more complex and stranger than what the official accounts tell us, whether that be science or the church. There are some very inspiring passages in the Corpus Hermeticum. Grow to immeasurable size. Be free from every body. Transcend all time. Suppose nothing to be impossible for yourself. Consider yourself immortal and able to understand everything. Now, what strikes me as wonderful about that passage and many others in the Corpus Hermeticum is that it's showing us the potential of our own consciousness. It's showing us the potential of our own minds and spirits.
The meaning of what had once been the Egyptian Book of Thoth was now utterly confused. There were now 4 possible versions of Thoth's book and its magic. The ancient Greek version, the Corpus Hermeticum, translated into Latin and taken up by the Renaissance. Aliette's 18th century version, a pack of tarot cards, claiming to authentically represent the Egyptian hieroglyphic text. Crowley's sexually licentious version, a deck of tarot cards coming, it was said, in a message from Thoth. And a 1960s version, which mixed several of the earlier versions and came up with something different yet again. 4 versions, all wildly different, all claiming to represent the authentic Egyptian Book of Thoth. But how could one book cover such widely differing interpretations? Do any of them, in fact, represent the original? Recent discoveries mean that today, for the first time, it may be possible to uncover the real truth about the Book of Thoth.
On FanDuel Casino, you can play casino floor classics right on your phone, like FanDuel's exclusive World of Wonka, or Buffalo, Rich Little Piggies, and more. Plus, you'll get up to $1,000 back in casino bonus on any first day net loss. That's what you get with the #1 rated casino app. Sign up for FanDuel Casino and get up to $1,000.
For over 100 years, archaeological digs have been uncovering the mysteries of Egyptian civilization. Among them are thousands of texts written on pieces of papyri. If there is a real Book of Thoth, this would be the place to find it. But the papyri haven't given up their secrets easily. They're written in 2 different Egyptian scripts, some in hieroglyphics, some in a variation known as Demotic. For centuries, no one could read either script. They were only finally cracked in the mid-1800s, with the help of one of the most extraordinary objects ever found. It's called the Rosetta Stone. It had the same decree written in 3 different scripts: hieroglyphics, Demotic, and ancient Greek.
Before the discovery of the Rosetta Stone, people didn't know how to approach hieroglyphs. Essentially, they were just pictures, and so people would try and describe what they see, treat them as symbols. In other words, the bird is in the house with the man, etc., etc. This didn't really bear much relevance to what the Egyptians were actually trying to say. The Rosetta Stone changed all of that. The Greek section could be translated. The hieroglyphic and the demotic sections said the same thing. So scholars could work back from the Greek and work out what the hieroglyphs were saying. That cracked the code entirely.
Thanks to the Rosetta Stone, scholars are now able, little by little, to work their way through thousands of fragments of papyri. It's produced some intriguing results. As the fragments have been assembled and translated, Egyptologists have found explicit references to a Book of Thoth. There are also references to magic. But it's not magic as we usually understand it.
People thought that it is a miracle that the moon doesn't fall down to the earth or even the sun, that there's a change of day and night.
So the magic of the Book of Thoth doesn't help you read the future. It's simply a way of understanding the world.
Magic is a way that we can make sense of the unseen world. So things like the seasons rolling, day turning to night and back to day again, illnesses as well, all of these things that you can't really pinpoint a cause for.
You could be alive one day and dead the other. And that explains that people were really looking for help in every area they could get it. That's why magic was so incredibly important to them.
There are also references in the papyri to spells. But again, these are not spells as we normally understand them. They are not magic. A spell catalogued by Egyptologists as Spell 15 reads,
May he grant that I see the sun and behold the moon unceasing every day.
Spell 31 deals with a common menace.
Get back. Retreat. Get back, you crocodiles. Do not come against me, for I live by my magic.
So these are not spells designed to perform extraordinary deeds. They're more like prayers.
The word spell doesn't really help the issue, because this is very much our terminology being imposed over the ancient Egyptian literature itself.
So does this mean all the later interpretations of the Book of Thoth that see magic, supernatural powers in it, are simply misguided? Gradually, it's becoming clearer what the Book of Thoth is, and what it isn't. There are references to man being halfway to a god, as the Renaissance believed. And there are references to the Masonic ritual of death and rebirth. These clues suggest the Greek Corpus Hermeticum did contain some of the original Egyptian thinking. But there are no references in any of the papyri to tarot or images of the tarot cards. There are no references to Crowley's notion of free will or his promotion of sexual promiscuity. And there is nothing about the rituals of New Age mysticism. All these are complete fabrications. But there is something else in the papyri that's much more significant. Today, scholars question whether the Book of Thoth ever existed as a physical object.
Despite the mentions that we have, we're not convinced there's actually a Book of Thoth that we can one day find.
The suspicions were well founded. The Romans took back
Essentially, the references to a Book of Thoth or the Book of Thoth seem to be metaphors for the collection in its entirety of ancient Egyptian religious literature.
Legend says if it leaves the city, so will our fortunes.
There are various compilations of magical knowledge written down in different periods.
And maybe teach the Romans a lesson in
To
honoring
those
the dead.
believers of that period, that was the real Book of Thoth. But when we put them all together,
sent you to us.
they are
Farewell,
all
Magi.
so different that there was not one central tradition. The Book of Thoth never existed.
So does that mean the legend of Thoth and his magic book will disappear? It seems unlikely. In 2002, a BBC poll named Crowley the 73rd most influential Briton ever. And a new generation is adding to the legends of ancient Egypt. New films and video games draw on ancient Egypt. And even if there is no Book of Thoth, that won't stop a new generation believing in it. The 5,000-year-old legend of Thoth and his magic is still a force to be conjured with.
There are secret societies, even today, who still hold Thoth to be the archetypal mystagogue, the person, the god, who will lead you into the arcane mysteries of consciousness.
It's very, very strange, but Thoth seems to have something to say to every century. He became a central figure for people who believe there is more in this world than can be explained by science.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you want. You can have really relaxed, slow-paced stuff where you can take it easy. Or you could be on the edge of your seat, shaking, making split-second decisions. It's a crazy universe where anything can happen. However you want to do it, go for it. I would describe myself as a kind of a freedom fighter. My very first character was a Minotaur character because they just seemed like the coolest, most brutal people, and I was like, I want to be that guy. I started out doing the missions in HiSec, and I want to be on the side of the people who are fighting against the oppression, against the bad guys, and once I learned that you can basically help them and fight the other factions, that's all I wanted to do. Very satisfying feeling, starting out at the bottom and working my way up, getting to more advanced, situations, bigger ships, bigger enemies, and all that.
Just get it back!
Few questions have captivated our collective curiosity as much as the enigma of the divine. Among the pantheon of gods and deities that have adorned the chronicles of human faith, one name resonates through the ages: Yahweh, the biblical God. But who is Yahweh? This question, simple in its asking, unravels a complex tapestry of theology, history, and human civilization. The Bible, a cornerstone of Abrahamic religions, presents us with a God who seemingly single-handedly orchestrates the creation of the universe: planets, stars, animals, plants, humans, and everything that exists. This being is often understood as the one and all-powerful God, the Father of all creation. However, a closer examination reveals a specific proper name recurring throughout the Bible: Yahweh. The name Yahweh, laden with centuries of interpretation and theological discourse, is not just a name, it is a window into the evolution of human understanding of the divine. A testament to our ceaseless quest to comprehend the cosmos and our place within it. It is a name that has been etched into the bedrock of our collective cultural memory, shaping civilizations, influencing cultures, and guiding the course of human history. The exploration of Yahweh is not merely an academic exercise, it is a journey into the heart of human civilization, a quest to unravel the threads of our shared past. It is a voyage that takes us back to the cradle of civilization, to the ancient Near East, where the name Yahweh likely originated. It is here that we begin to uncover a narrative that is as fascinating as it is complex. Interestingly, as we delve into the ancient Near East, we encounter the intriguing possibility that Yahweh could have been influenced or even originated from the Anunnaki, a group of deities in ancient Mesopotamian cultures. The Anunnaki are often associated with creation myths and were revered as gods in Sumerian, Akkadian, Assyrian, and Babylonian traditions. The exploration of these questions uncovers a forgotten layer of ancient story, one that reframes the whole narrative of human beginnings. It reveals that hidden in plain sight in the pages of Genesis is an even more ancient narrative, one that has been obscured from the public for centuries by mistaken translation and the dogmas of the Church. As we reach the culmination of our journey, we will seek to answer the question, who is Yahweh, the biblical God? The oldest mention of Yahweh was attributed to the Moabite stone, also known as the Mesha stone. This monumental stone was erected by King Mesha of Moab around 840 BCE to commemorate his triumph over Israel. Inscribed on the stele, Mesha recounts his victory and claims to have taken the sacred objects dedicated to Yahweh, the deity revered by the Israelites, and offered them to Chemosh, the chief god of Moab. These objects were likely taken from the temple of Yahweh in Samaria, the capital of Israel at that time. Discovered in 1868 in present-day Jordan and published in 1870, the Moabite stone created significant excitement as the first non-biblical inscription mentioning Yahweh. The stele recounted a similar event to the biblical narrative in 2 Kings 3, where Mesha, the Moabite king, rebels against Israel. However, a crucial difference emerged. The stele claimed a victory for Moab, while the Bible maintained that Israel was the triumphant party. The interpretation of the Yahweh reference further reinforced the notion that Yahweh was exclusively the God of the Israelites. Mesha boasted of seizing the vessels associated with the Israelite God as tribute to his own god, Chemosh. This view suggested that Yahweh was distinctively worshipped by the Israelites alone. In 1844, the archaeologist Carl Richard Lepsius excavated the ruins of the ancient city of Solon in Nubia, meticulously documenting the site. However, no excavation took place during his investigation. In 1907, James Henry Breasted visited the site.
Start feeling strong, healthy, and energized at the end of fitness. Step into our bright, shiny new clubs. Our fitness community dedicated to
and captured photographs, but did not engage in any excavation either. It was not until 1957 that a team, led by archaeologist Michela Schiff-Giorgini, conducted extensive excavations at Soleb. During their work, they discovered a reference to a group referred to as the Shasu of Yahweh at the base of one of the temple's columns in the hypostyle hall. This temple had been constructed by Amenhotep III, who reigned from 1386 to 1353 BCE. The mention of Yahweh in association with the Shasu indicated that this god had been worshipped by another people long before the events described in biblical narratives were believed to have occurred. The Shasu, described by the Egyptians as Semitic nomads, often regarded as outlaws or bandits, were listed among Egypt's adversaries on the temple column at Soleb. Additionally, they were mentioned in an inscription from the reign of Rameses II as enemies of the pharaoh during the Battle of Kadesh. Given the Shasu's nomadic nature, attempts have been made to link them with the Hebrews or the Habiru, a group of dissidents in the Levant. However, these claims have been refuted. The Shasu were not Hebrew, and the Habiru appeared to be Canaanites who resisted conforming to local customs rather than a distinct ethnic group. The discovery of Amenhotep III's reference to the Shasu of Yahweh pushed the origins of this god further back in history than previously believed, and also hinted that Yahweh might not have originated from Canaan. This supported the theory that Yahweh was a desert deity adopted by the Hebrews during their exodus from Egypt to Canaan. Some scholars interpreted the descriptions of Yahweh as a pillar of fire at night and a cloud during the day, as well as other fire-related imagery in the book of Exodus, as indicative of a storm or weather god. Moreover, Yahweh's ability to guide Moses to water sources, Exodus 17:6 and Numbers 20, further reinforced the notion of Yahweh as a desert god. Nonetheless, it is widely accepted in modern times that Yahweh initially emerged as a minor deity in the Canaanite pantheon, specifically in southern Canaan, and the Shasu, as nomads, likely adopted the worship of Yahweh during their time in the Levant. Recent scholarship has prompted a reinterpretation of the Moabite stone, revealing that the people of Moab also worshipped Yahweh. Consequently, Mesha's reference to taking the vessels of Yahweh to Chemosh likely meant that he considered them the rightful possessions of the Moabites, rather than the spoils of conquering Israel and their God. The word Yahweh is not just a name, but a linguistic artifact, a testament to the times and cultures that birthed it. It's a word that carries with it the echoes of ancient civilizations, their beliefs, their languages, and their understanding of the divine. The name Yahweh, as we've discovered, is deeply rooted in the ancient Semitic languages. It's a name that resonates with the linguistic patterns of the region, patterns that are echoed in the languages of the Canaanites, the Israelites, and the Arabs. The name Yahweh, in its original form, was likely pronounced differently, reflecting the phonetic nuances of these ancient tongues. The grammatical structure of Yahweh is intriguing. It's a name that seems to be intrinsically linked to the verb to be. This connection to the verb to be suggests a sense of being, of existence, that is inherent in the name Yahweh. The meaning of the name Yahweh has been interpreted as He who makes that which has been made, or He brings into existence whatever exists, though other interpretations have been offered by many scholars. In the late Middle Ages, Yahweh came to be changed to Jehovah by Christian monks, a name commonly in use today. However, the name Yahweh is not just about existence. It's also about passion, about commitment. The name Yahweh could be derived from the Arabic language, indicating a passion or a commitment of the deity towards his people. This interpretation aligns with the frequent references in the Bible to Yahweh as a jealous God, a God who is passionately committed to his people. The name Yahweh, therefore, is not just a name. It's a declaration of existence, a testament of commitment, a proclamation of divine passion. It's a name that encapsulates the essence of the deity it represents, a deity who is passionately committed to his people, a deity who exists, who is. From being a local deity of the Midianites, a tribe that traced its lineage back to Abraham, Yahweh transformed into the sole deity of the Israelites. This transformation is mirrored in the evolution of the name Yahweh. a name that began as a reflection of a local deity's commitment to his tribe and evolved into a declaration of the one true God's existence and commitment to his chosen people. The name of this supreme being was considered too holy to be spoken. As a result, the consonants YHWH were used to remind one to say the word Adonai, Lord, in place of the God's name. This practice of using epithets in referencing a deity was common throughout the Near East. However, the origins of Yahwism remain shrouded in mystery. Even the final edited form of Genesis 2, Kings in the Bible, presents diverse views on the matter. Some passages trace the worship of Yahweh back to the earliest days of the human race, while others trace the revelation and worship of Yahweh back to Moses. The character and power of Yahweh were codified following the Babylonian captivity of the 6th century BCE, and the Hebrew scriptures were canonized during the Second Temple period, approximately 515 BCE to 70 CE. To include the concept of a Messiah whom Yahweh would send to the Jewish people to lead and redeem them. Yahweh, as the all-powerful creator, preserver, and redeemer of the universe, was then later developed by the early Christians as their God who had sent his son Jesus as the promised Messiah, and Islam interpreted this same deity as Allah in their belief system. As the Iron Age dawned around 1200 to 930 BCE, the Israelites in Canaan sought to distinguish themselves from their neighbors. In a bid to consolidate political and military strength, they elevated Yahweh above El, the supreme deity, and claimed him as their own. Yahweh's association with the forge and with imagery of fire, smoke, and smiting made him a fitting deity of storms and war. His character transformed from a deity of transformation to one of conquest. El, often referred to as the supreme god in the Canaanite pantheon, was a deity of immense stature and reverence. His influence was widespread, and his name was synonymous with divinity itself. El was the epitome of wisdom, authority, and fatherhood, often depicted as an elderly figure with a flowing beard, seated on a throne. His realm was that of justice, kindness, and compassion, and he was often invoked for blessings of fertility and prosperity. Yahweh, on the other hand, emerged from a more obscure background. Initially a regional deity associated with the wilderness and stormy weather, Yahweh's influence grew over time, eventually permeating the entire Israelite society. His rise was not without contention, but his followers were steadfast, and Yahweh's prominence continued to grow. The relationship between Yahweh and El is a complex one, marked by both conflict and convergence. There are indications that Yahweh was initially considered a lesser deity in the pantheon that included El. However, as Yahweh's influence grew, so did his stature. The lines between the two deities began to blur, leading to a period of syncretism where characteristics and roles were shared or transferred. One of the most intriguing aspects of this relationship is the potential role reversal that occurred. As Yahweh's prominence rose, there are indications that he began to adopt some of the roles and characteristics traditionally associated with El. This is particularly evident in the depiction of Yahweh as a compassionate and just deity, roles that were traditionally associated with El. The convergence of Yahweh and El is also evident in the linguistic analysis of their names and titles. The name El is often used in the Hebrew Bible as a generic term for God, and it is also incorporated into the names of various characters and places, indicating its widespread usage and significance. Similarly, the name Yahweh also appears in various forms and combinations, further indicating a level of convergence between the two deities. However, this convergence was not without conflict. The rise of Yahweh led to a shift in the religious landscape, with a growing emphasis on monotheism. This shift was likely met with resistance from those who adhered to the traditional polytheistic beliefs, leading to a period of religious tension and conflict. Despite these conflicts, the eventual dominance of Yahweh is undeniable. Over time, Yahweh transitioned from a regional deity to the sole God of the Israelites. This transition was not just a simple replacement of one deity with another, but rather a complex process of religious evolution and transformation. This shift is evident in Israel's early poetry and narrative literature, where Yahweh is often portrayed as a militant figure. The Song of the Sea in Exodus 15, 1:18, and the Song of Deborah in Judges 5 are typical examples, praising Yahweh as the divine warrior who intervenes on behalf of his followers. It's suggested that Yahweh's status as the national god was primarily established in connection with Israel's wars. During times of peace, the tribes would have depended heavily on Baal in his various local forms to ensure fertility. But when they came together to wage war against their common enemies, they would have turned to Yahweh, the divine warrior who could provide victory. The image of Yahweh as warrior is prevalent throughout the Hebrew Scriptures, which later became the Christian Old Testament. Warrior imagery is also apparent in passages in the New Testament, which drew on the earlier works. In the early days of Israel, Yahweh was perceived as a warrior storm god, a deity of power and might who was deeply connected to the natural elements. This image of Yahweh was likely influenced by the surrounding Canaanite religions, which also worshipped storm gods. The Israelites, living in a region prone to violent weather phenomena, would naturally gravitate towards a deity that embodied these powerful forces. This practice evolved into worship of deities such as El, Asherah, Baal, Utu Shamash, and Yahweh, among others. In the early days of the Israelites in Canaan, the people practiced a form of ancestor worship, venerating the god of the father, or the god of the house, in addition to paying homage to their earthly ancestors. However, the worship of Yahweh was not confined to his storm god aspect. As the Israelites interacted with neighboring cultures and their religious practices, Yahweh's image began to evolve. He was increasingly seen as a god of fertility and abundance, a protector of the people, and a dispenser of justice. This shift in perception was likely influenced by the Canaanite fertility goddess Asherah, who was popular among the Israelites. Despite the popularity of Asherah, there was a significant theological controversy surrounding her worship. The Israelites, particularly those in the southern kingdom of Judah, were increasingly moving towards monotheism, and the worship of Asherah was seen as a threat to this emerging belief system. The Israelite prophets, such as Elijah, vehemently opposed the worship of Asherah and other Canaanite deities, leading to violent conflicts and the eventual suppression of Asherah's cult. The worship of Yahweh in ancient Israel was also influenced by the political landscape of the time. The northern kingdom of Israel was more affluent and open to syncretism, incorporating elements from various religions into their worship of Yahweh. However, this practice was heavily criticized by the southern kingdom of Judah, which was moving towards an exclusive worship of Yahweh. The destruction of the northern kingdom by the Assyrians in 722 BCE marked a significant turning point in the worship of Yahweh. The refugees from the north were absorbed into the southern kingdom, bringing with them their syncretic religious practices. This influx of northern influences likely contributed to the further evolution of Yahweh's image and the development of unique Israelite religious practices. As the Israelites developed their community in Canaan, they sought to distance themselves from their neighbors and elevated Yahweh above the traditional Canaanite supreme deity El. However, they did not embrace monotheism at this time. The Israelites remained a henotheistic people through the time of the Judges and throughout the time of the Kingdom of Israel, approximately 1080 to 722 BCE. In 931 BCE, following the death of Solomon, the kingdom split in two and a new political entity, the Kingdom of Judah with its capital at Jerusalem, emerged in the south. The kingdom of Judah, nestled in the southern part of the land of Canaan, was a place where the worship of Yahweh was deeply entrenched in the fabric of society. Here, Yahweh was not just a deity to be revered. He was the cornerstone of their identity, the divine guarantor of their destiny. The Judahites saw themselves as the chosen people of Yahweh, and this belief shaped their religious practices, their political decisions, and their cultural expressions. In Judah, Yahweh was perceived as a warrior god, a protector who would defend his people against their enemies. This image of Yahweh was likely influenced by the tumultuous times in which the kingdom of Judah found itself. Surrounded by powerful empires and often caught in the crossfire of their conflicts, the Judahites looked to Yahweh for protection and deliverance. This belief in Yahweh's protective power was not just a spiritual conviction. It was a tangible reality that shaped their military strategies, their diplomatic relations, and their internal policies. The worship of Yahweh in Judah was not just a matter of personal faith. It was a state-sponsored activity. The kings of Judah, starting from David and Solomon, were seen as the earthly representatives of Yahweh. They were believed to be anointed by Yahweh himself to rule over his people. This divine endorsement gave them not just political authority, but also religious authority. They were the custodians of the Yahwistic faith, responsible for maintaining the purity of its practices and upholding its principles. However, the relationship between Yahweh and the kings of Judah was not always harmonious. There were times when the kings, swayed by political expediency or personal ambition, deviated from the path of Yahwistic faith. They introduced foreign gods into the religious landscape of Judah, allowed syncretistic practices to creep into the worship of Yahweh, and even persecuted the prophets who dared to speak against their actions. These deviations were seen as acts of apostasy, betrayals of Yahweh that invited divine punishment. In the midst of these religious upheavals, the prophets emerged as the conscience of Judah. They were the voice of Yahweh, calling the people back to the true worship of their God. They denounced the idolatrous practices, condemned the social injustices, and warned of the dire consequences of abandoning Yahweh. Their words were not always welcome, but they were necessary. They were the beacon that guided the people of Judah back to Yahweh whenever they strayed from him. The worship of Yahweh in Judah was not a static phenomenon. It was a dynamic process that evolved over time. It was shaped by the historical experiences of the people, the theological reflections of the prophets, and the political decisions of the kings. It was a faith that was deeply rooted in the past, yet constantly adapting to the present. It was a faith that was fiercely monotheistic, yet open to the influences of the surrounding cultures. It was a faith that was profoundly personal, yet inextricably linked to the collective identity of the people. In the end, the worship of Yahweh in Judah was not just about the reverence of a deity. It was about the pursuit of a divine vision. It was about the quest for a society where justice prevailed, where righteousness was upheld, and where the divine and the human were in harmonious relationship. It was about the dream of a kingdom where Yahweh reigned supreme, not just in the religious sphere, but in every aspect of life. The kingdoms of Israel and Judah periodically warred or allied with each other until 722 BCE, when the Assyrians destroyed Israel and deported the inhabitants. Judah was able to withstand the Assyrian military campaigns, but only by paying tribute to Assyria. The Assyrian Empire fell to an invading force of Babylonians, Medes, and others in 612 BCE, and the Babylonians claimed the region of Canaan. In 598 BCE, they invaded Judah and sacked Jerusalem, destroying the Temple of Solomon and taking the leading citizens back to Babylon. This is the time in Jewish history known as the Babylonian captivity. Babylon was conquered by Cyrus the Great of the Persians, who allowed the Jewish leaders to return to their homeland in 538 BCE. During the Second Temple period, approximately 515 BCE to 70 CE, Judaism was revised, the Torah canonized, and a new understanding of the divine established, which today is known as monotheism, the belief in a single deity. At this time, scholars have established the older works, which eventually became the Hebrew Scriptures, were revised to reflect a monotheistic belief system among the Israelites far earlier than was actually practiced. In this polytheistic milieu, Yahweh was initially one among many. His domain was the wilderness and the storms, and his followers were likely a nomadic group who sought his protection and guidance. But as we have seen, Yahweh's influence and stature grew over time, eventually leading to his dominance in the Israelite religious landscape. However, this transition was not a straightforward or linear process. It was a complex and dynamic evolution, marked by cultural exchanges, theological debates, and socio-political changes. The early Israelites lived in close proximity to other cultures and civilizations, and their religious beliefs and practices were undoubtedly influenced by these interactions. The Canaanites, for instance, had a rich and complex pantheon of gods and goddesses, with El as the supreme deity. The influence of the Canaanite religion on the early Israelite beliefs is evident in various aspects, including the use of the name El as a generic term for God in the Hebrew Bible. However, despite these influences, the Israelites maintained a distinct identity and belief system. They recognized Yahweh as their God, and their relationship with him was marked by a unique covenantal bond. This bond was not just a religious contract, but a defining feature of their communal and individual identities. And this is because we need to consider an important transformation regarding the name of Yahweh, which until now we have only touched upon but have not delved into. The fact that the name of Yahweh did not transition directly from polytheism to monotheism. Before that, it was revered within the context of henotheism. In the early days of the Israelite civilization, polytheism was the norm. The Israelites, like their Canaanite neighbors, worshipped a pantheon of gods, each with their unique domains and responsibilities. Yahweh, in this context, was one among many, albeit a significant one. However, as the Israelite society evolved, so did their religious beliefs. The shift from polytheism to henotheism marked a significant turning point in the Israelites' spiritual journey. Henotheism, a term coined by the renowned scholar Max Muller, refers to the worship of a single god while not denying the existence or possible worship of other deities. In the context of ancient Israel, this meant that while the Israelites acknowledged the existence of other gods, they chose to worship Yahweh exclusively. This shift was not abrupt, but rather a gradual process influenced by various socio-political factors. The Israelites' transition to henotheism can be traced back to their interactions with neighboring civilizations. As they came into contact with different cultures and religious practices, the Israelites began to question their polytheistic beliefs. The worship of multiple gods, each with their distinct domains, seemed increasingly chaotic and disorganized. In contrast, the concept of a single supreme deity offered a sense of order and unity. Yahweh, with his strong association with the Israelites and his growing prominence in their religious practices, naturally emerged as the chosen deity. The Israelites began to view Yahweh not just as their God, but as the supreme God, superior to all others. This marked the beginning of their transition to henotheism. However, this shift was not without its challenges. The Israelites had to reconcile their new belief in Yahweh's supremacy with their traditional polytheistic practices. This led to a unique blend of beliefs and practices, While Yahweh was revered as the supreme God, elements of polytheism persisted. For instance, the Israelites continued to acknowledge the existence of other gods, albeit in a diminished capacity. And that leads us to an important question. How does a god like Yahweh, a warrior god, just one among many others worshipped in those regions, become the only one and true God? In the ancient texts and inscriptions, we find intriguing clues that hint at this transformation. The ancient Israelites, who once revered a pantheon of deities, gradually began to focus their worship on Yahweh. This shift was not abrupt, but a gradual process that unfolded over centuries. When we delve deeper into the gradual process and transformation, we find evidence of alterations in the sacred texts. There were attempts to suppress the earlier beliefs, to erase the traces of the past. One such instance is found in the ancient texts where Asherah, a goddess who was once revered alongside Yahweh, was systematically removed from the religious narrative. The texts that once referred to Asherah as the consort of Yahweh were altered, reducing her to a mere sacred pillar or a wooden image. Yet the original texts tell a different story. In Deuteronomy 33, we find a passage that speaks of Yahweh coming from Sinai, accompanied by a divine presence. The original Hebrew text suggests that this divine presence was none other than Asherah. This revelation, though suppressed in later texts, provides a glimpse into the henotheistic beliefs of the ancient Israelites, and more than that, give us an attestation of the polytheistic structure of the biblical records and scriptures. Later in history, the monotheism of the Hebrew scriptures would be appropriated by the adherents of Christianity, who would continue veneration of Yahweh, eventually known as Jehovah, by Christian monks, and is commonly used today. The character and power of Yahweh were codified following the Babylonian captivity of the 6th century BCE, and the Hebrew scriptures were canonized during the Second Temple period, approximately 515 BCE to 70 CE, to include the concept of a Messiah whom Yahweh would send to the Jewish people to lead and redeem them. Yahweh as the all-powerful creator, preserver, and redeemer of the universe was then later developed by the early Christians as their God, who had sent his son Jesus as the promised Messiah, and Islam interpreted this same deity as Allah in their belief system. And finally, after the entire historical and theological journey we have undertaken, an important question concludes our journey in this video. Why do we venerate this biblical entity, forged in the depths of history, as a singular God? Why do we, as a society, continue to offer thanks, seek favors, and sing praises to this God? Perhaps we need courage to dive deeper within ourselves and understand who or what the gods are that hide behind the so-called sacred scriptures. This topic is essential for those who want to study in depth, and not superficially, the subject of the Anunnaki and the theory of ancient aliens. Understanding that Yahweh was never a single god, but was transformed into a single god throughout history, is fundamental for observing the extraterrestrial influence on the development of our civilization. At the end of this video, I want to invite you to realize that the evolution of Yahweh from a god among others to become the sole god revered worldwide happened through two paths. The first one, from a human perspective. As we have been studying during this video, the shift from polytheism to monotheism in ancient Israel is a complex and gradual process that likely spanned several centuries. In the late Bronze Age, polytheism was the norm, and various deities were associated with powerful cities. Israel, for example, had its national god, Yahweh, but acknowledged a pantheon of deities, much like the other ancient Near Eastern states. There are numerous references to an assembly of deities consisting of both gods and goddesses, presided over by one deity, who was the head of the pantheon. As time passed, the perception of Yahweh began to change, transitioning from one of the gods to the head of the pantheon. In this phase, there was still no denial of the existence of other deities, but Yahweh assumed a more dominant role. This marks the beginning of a slow transition towards monotheism, where Yahweh was recognized as the national God of Israel, but other deities were increasingly considered non-entities, mere shams made of wood or stone. Eventually, the concept of monotheism was affirmed, and Yahweh alone was recognized as God. It's critical to remember that this transition was not a straightforward or sudden event. It involved a slow and complex process of reinterpretation and recontextualization of religious beliefs and practices over time. This gradual shift can be seen as a human-driven process, with changes in social, political, and cultural contexts playing a significant role. The second path, or the second perspective that I would like to present to you, and perhaps it is the fundamental one, regarding the studies proposed in the videos of this channel, is the theological transition of Yahweh to become the sole God. In reality, it is not the transition from a human perspective, but from the perspective of the gods themselves. If in the ancient aliens theory we understand aliens as real physical entities that visited our ancient past, we need to observe how one of them became the only and powerful God. We even need to question whether Yahweh was the name of a specific entity or perhaps a denomination for a specific group of individuals. Therefore, we need to draw a connection between Yahweh, his name and representation, and our main subject of study on this channel, the Anunnaki. This is because in all the regions where the name of Yahweh, El, Asherah, and other gods appeared, it is exactly the same regions where the Anunnaki appeared and were revered as gods. And in this case, we are not discussing anything related to the ancient aliens theory, but rather the historical and social perspective of those ancient civilizations. But now, evolving in this analysis based on the accounts from the gods themselves, we need to quickly explore the similarities between some of the most well-known Anunnaki entities and the characteristics of Yahweh himself. In future videos, we will do this in a more specific and detailed manner. Yahweh, in the earliest biblical literature, is portrayed as a typical ancient Near Eastern divine warrior, leading the heavenly army. He was a violent war god. Over time, he was promoted as the supreme god over all others in the pantheon. Yahweh was later seen as the creator of the cosmos and the true God of the entire world. The powers of blessing and salvation were fully embedded in Yahweh, and his will was communicated via oracle and prophetic vision or audition. Yahweh was, in essence, a father god. Let's now examine the Anunnaki gods Enki, Enlil, and Ninurta, and their similarities with Yahweh. Enlil, known as the god of weather and war, was considered the king of lands and the father of the gods. His actions in Sumerian mythology mirror some aspects of Yahweh. For example, Enlil tried to exterminate humans by sending a flood, a narrative that parallels the biblical story of Noah's Ark. Although many people associate Yahweh to Enlil, when we go deeper, we understand that this assumption may not be possible. The contrast between Yahweh and Enlil becomes even more pronounced when considering Yahweh's distinct attribute as a warrior. In the scriptures, Yahweh is depicted as a fierce warrior, akin to a hero marching into battle. Isaiah 42:13 echoes this sentiment by stating, Yahweh goes forth like a warrior, like a hero. He whips up his rage. He shall roar and cry out, and over his enemies he shall prevail. Furthermore, the Song of Miriam in Numbers chapter 15 proclaims, a warrior is Yahweh. The Bible consistently portrays Yahweh as the Lord of hosts, emphasizing his role as a commanding leader of a formidable army. Isaiah 13:4 boldly declares, Yahweh, the Lord of hosts, a warring army commands. In stark contrast, the Mesopotamian records lack any indications or suggestions of Enlil possessing such a warrior-like image. But what about Enki? Enki, the god of knowledge, sciences, and hidden metals, possessed a unique combination of biological and mineralogical expertise. His mastery extended to the establishment of mining operations in southeastern Africa, making him the ultimate authority in that realm. These attributes closely aligned with those ascribed to Yahweh, the biblical deity. Proverbs affirmed that wisdom and understanding emanated from Yahweh's mouth, drawing a parallel to Enki's bestowal of unparalleled wisdom upon the wise Adapa. Yahweh himself declared ownership over gold and silver, while promising to grant treasures from dark and secret places. This intriguing passage can be read on Haggai 2:8. The story of the deluge serves as a prime example of the convergence between Mesopotamian and biblical narratives. In the Mesopotamian accounts, Enki takes extraordinary measures to warn Zusudra, his loyal follower, about the impending catastrophe. He provides precise instructions for building an ark, saving animal life, and ensuring the survival of humanity. In the Bible, it is Yahweh who fulfills these roles. Further evidence supporting the identification of Yahweh with Enki emerges when examining Enki's domains. According to Mesopotamian texts, Enki received dominion over Africa after the division of earth between the Enlilites and the Enkiites. The Apsu, the region renowned for its gold mines, became Enki's primary abode, alongside the city of Eridu in Sumer. We propose that the biblical term Apse Eretz, often translated as the ends of the earth, refers to this distant land, southern Africa to be precise. It is in this place, Apse Eretz, that Yahweh is said to exercise judgment and will rule upon Israel's restoration. Consequently, Yahweh can be equated with Enki in his role as the ruler of the Apsu. The similarities between Enki and Yahweh become more pronounced, perhaps even uncomfortable for the monotheistic Bible, when we encounter a passage in the book of Proverbs that exalts Yahweh's unsurpassed greatness through rhetorical questions. These questions touch upon divine acts such as ascending and descending from heaven, capturing the wind in one's hands, and binding waters as if with a cloak. Most crucially, the passage inquires about the one who established the Apse Eretz and asks for the name of this entity and that of their son, if such knowledge can be obtained. In Mesopotamian sources, Enki allocated the Apsu to his son Nergal. The polytheistic flavor of asking about the ruler's name and that of their offspring can only be explained by inadvertently retaining a passage from the Sumerian original texts. This is akin to the earlier occurrence of us in phrases like, "Let us make the atom," and "Let us come down" in the Tower of Babel story. In Proverbs 34, the gloss substitutes Yahweh for Enki. So, was Yahweh essentially Enki garbed in biblical Hebrew attire? It would be overly simplistic to assert so. Examining the tale of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden reveals that while it is the Nahash, the serpent manifestation of Enki as the knower of biological secrets, who initiates Adam and Eve's acquisition of sexual knowledge necessary for procreation, he does not represent Yahweh. Instead, he serves as an antagonist to Yahweh, paralleling Enki's relationship with Enlil. In the Sumerian texts, Enlil coerces Enki into transferring some of the newly created primitive workers intended for gold mining in the Apsu to Eden in Mesopotamia, where they engage in farming and shepherding. In the Bible, it is Yahweh who places Adam in the Garden of Eden to tend and maintain it. Yahweh, not the serpent, assumes the role of the Master of Eden, conversing with Adam and Eve, discovering their transgressions and expelling them. In all these aspects, the Bible equates Yahweh not with Enki, but with Enlil. Ninurta, son of Enlil, was revered as the god of agriculture, hunting, and war. His role in the epic poem Lugale shows him slaying a demon and using stones to build the Tigris and Euphrates rivers for irrigation. He is seen as a protector, much like Yahweh is in the Bible.
With the new text-to-image feature in Photoshop, I can make this promo starting from a blank page. Let's click Generate Image, and in Texture, Sunlight. moisturizer jar, open face.
Moreover, Ninurta's depiction as a formidable warrior deity, particularly beloved by the Assyrians, aligns with the representation of Yahweh as a divine warrior leading the heavenly army. Another intriguing parallel between Ninurta and the biblical Lord emerges from an inscription discovered during the reign of Ashurbanipal, the Assyrian king who once invaded Elam. In this inscription, Ninurta is referred to as the mysterious god who lingers in a secret place where no one can see what his divine being is about. The notion of an unseen god brings to mind the enigmatic nature often associated with the biblical Lord. However, it is important to note that Ninurta was not regarded as a deity in hiding by the earlier Sumerians, and depictions of him were not uncommon. Yet, as we explore the Yahweh-Ninurta connection further, we encounter a significant ancient text that sheds light on a momentous event, challenging the notion that Ninurta and Yahweh are one and the same. This particular text deals with a striking and unforgettable occurrence, whose specific details seem to indicate that Ninurta could not have been Yahweh. One of the most pivotal actions attributed to Yahweh in the Bible, with far-reaching consequences and enduring memories, is the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. The event is recounted in Mesopotamian texts as well, allowing for a comparison of the deities involved. In the book of Genesis, chapter 19, Sodom and Gomorrah, cities situated in the lush plain south of the Sea of Salt, are depicted as wicked. Yahweh descends from his abode and, accompanied by two angels, visits Abram and his wife Sarai in their encampment near Hebron. After predicting that the elderly couple will have a son, Yahweh dispatches the two angels to Sodom to assess the extent of the city's sinfulness. Yahweh then informs Abram that if their sins are confirmed, the cities and their inhabitants will be destroyed. Abram pleads with Yahweh to spare Sodom if at least 50 righteous individuals are found within its walls. Yahweh agrees to the plea after Abram successfully bargains the number down to 10 and departs. The angels, having witnessed the city's wickedness, warn Lot to take his family and flee. Lot requests permission to seek refuge in the mountains, and the angels consent, delaying the imminent destruction. Ultimately, the fateful doom of the cities is set in motion, as Yahweh rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah sulfurous fire, coming from Yahweh from the skies. And he upheavaled those cities and the whole plain and all the inhabitants thereof, and all that which grew upon the ground. And Abraham went early in the morning to the place where he had stood before Yahweh, and gazed in the direction of Sodom and Gomorrah, toward the land of the plain. And he beheld vapor arising from the earth as the smoke of a furnace. In Mesopotamian annals, this very event is extensively documented as the climax of Marduk's struggle to establish supremacy on earth. The Mesopotamian text explicitly attributes the upheaval of the sinful cities to Nergal, not Ninurta, considering that the Bible asserts that it was Yahweh himself who unleashed the destruction upon the cities, rather than the two angels sent to investigate. It becomes clear that Yahweh cannot be equated with Ninurta. In his book, Divine Encounters, Zecharia Sitchin grapples with the enigma of Yahweh's identity. In the end of the book, he wrote, "The biblical suggestion that the Elohim, the gods, or the Anunnaki, had a god seems totally incredible at first, but quite logical on reflection. At the very conclusion of our first book in the Earth Chronicles series, The 12th Planet, having told the story of the planet Nibiru, and how the Anunnaki, the biblical Nephilim, who had come to Earth from it, created mankind, we posed the following question. And if the Nephilim were the gods who created man on Earth, did evolution alone on the 12th planet create the Nephilim? Technologically advanced, capable hundreds of thousands of years before us to travel in space, arriving at a cosmological explanation for the creation of the solar system and, as we begin to do, to contemplate and understand the universe. The Anunnaki must have pondered their origins and arrived at what we call religion. Their concept of God. Who created the Nephilim, the Anunnaki, on their planet? The Bible itself provides the answer. Yahweh, it states, was not just a great God, a great king over all of the Elohim. Psalms 95:3. He was there on Nibiru before they had come to be on it. Just as the Anunnaki had been on Earth before the atom, so
at Purdue Global, access a network of more than 600,000 influential alumni and make your comeback with new industry connections. Achieve more with a name that opens doors. Apply now at purdueglobal.edu.
Only God can forgive you now.
was Yahweh on Nibiru, Olam before the Anunnaki. The Creator preceded the Creator. In other words, Sitchin suggests that Yahweh is not an Anunnaki, but the divine entity worshipped by them. With all due respect to Zecharia Sitchin, I disagree with this view. And why? Well, the answer is very simple. You can understand the reason by rewatching this video. The name Yahweh appears to be not unique. It is mentioned all over the place. Yahweh is depicted as a warrior god, and for me, warrior gods do not align with the qualities of a divine, pure, infinite, and loving God. You can gain a deeper understanding of my reasons by watching the previously published video, The Trial of God. Now, let's return to our previous reflection to conclude this video. We have analyzed both perspectives surrounding the name Yahweh, the historical perspective from the human point of view, and the perspective of the gods themselves. These two different perspectives, these two paths of observation, the historical perspective and the perspective of the gods themselves, demonstrate the complexity of the subject and the interconnection that can be observed. Furthermore, we can also understand why the Anunnaki topic is so threatening, and the theory of ancient aliens can shatter the religious perceptions of a large part of the world. In general, our religions do not teach us the connection with the divine that dwells in all things. They do not encourage us to observe the divine in a waterfall, on a beach, on a mountain, in the stars, in the cosmos, in death and life, in joy as well as in sadness and anger. Of course, this is my own idea, but I observe God and His divine essence in everything. Religion, on the contrary, teaches us that God is present only through that specific entity, and that entity is distant in the heavens, observing our actions, punishing and threatening us, even though He, the all-powerful God, loves us. For me, the real search for the divine begins within ourselves and in the search for who is the God that speaks deeply within our being when we focus on ourselves. For me, the true religion is our inner self connected to the totality, and Yahweh, well, Yahweh, like other gods, deserves reverence for what they did in our past. They helped develop our civilization, our culture, shaped our bodies, and allowed life. And then, that's it. Let us not allow ourselves to worship any external entity beyond our own.
So I asked ChatGPT to build me a Shopify store, and it said, no, we can't do that. But
To create a primitive worker, we will fashion him by the mark of our image, said Enki to the Anunnaki leaders. The being that we need already exists. Thus Enki revealed the secret of the Abzu. The jungle steppe is where they reside. They know not dressing in garments. They eat plants with their mouths, and they drink water from lake and ditch. Shaggy with hair is their whole body. Their head hair is like a lion's. With gazelles they jostle. With teeming creatures in the waters they delight. The leaders listened to Enki's words with amazement. No creature like that has ever in the Idin been seen. Enlil, disbelieving, said, "Eons ago on Nibiru, our predecessors like that might have been. It is a being, not a creature. To behold it must be a thrilling sight," Ninhursag said. To the house of life Enki led them. In strong cages there were some of the beings. At the sight of Enki and the others, they jumped up. With fists on the cage bars they were beating. They were grunting and snorting. No words were they speaking. "Male and female they are," Enki was saying. "Male hoods and female hoods they have. Like us, they are already procreating. Ningish Zida, my son, has tested the fashioning of their essence. Akin to ours it is, like two serpents their DNA will be intertwined with our life essence. Our mark upon them shall be. A primitive worker shall be created, said Enki. Our commands he will understand, our tools he will handle, the toil in the excavations he shall perform. To the Anunnaki Igigi in the Abzu relief shall come." So was Enki with enthusiasm, saying, with excitement his words came forth. Enlil at the words was hesitating. The matter is one of great importance. On our planet, slavery has long ago been abolished. Tools are the slaves, not other beings. A new creature, beforehand non-existing, you wish to bring into being. Creation in the hands of the Father of all beginning alone is hell. Oh, was Enlil in opposing saying, stern were his words. Enki to his brother responded, "Not slaves, but helpers is my plan. The being already exists. To give more ability is the plan. Not a new creature, but one existing more in our image can be made." Enki with persuasion said, "With little change it can be achieved. Only a drop of our essence is needed." "A grave matter it is not to my liking," Enlil was saying. "Against the rules of planet-to-planet journeying it is. By the rules of the earth coming it was forbidden. To obtain gold was our purpose. To replace the creator of all beginning it was not." After Enlil thus had spoken, Ninhursag was the one to respond.
"My brother, with wisdom and understanding has the creator of all beginning us endowed. To what purpose have we so been perfected, else of it utmost use to make? With wisdom and understanding has the creator of all our life essence filled. To whatever using of it we capable are. Is it not that for which we have been destined?"
So was Ninhursag's words to her brother Enlil. With that which in our essence was granted, tools and celestial chariots we have perfected, mountains with terror weapons we shattered, skies with gold we are healing. Said Ninurta to his birth-giving mother Ninhursag, "Let us with wisdom fashion new tools, not new beings create. Let by new equipments, not by slave beings, the toil be relieved," said Ninurta. "To what destination does our understanding guide us? To that which we have been fate." So was Ningish Zida saying, with Enki and Ninhursag in agreement he was. "What knowledge we possess, its use cannot be prevented." Ningish Zida, also known as Thoth, was saying, "Destiny indeed cannot be altered. From the beginning to the end it has been determined," said Enlil. "Destiny it is, or fate it is, that to this planet we have brought gold from the waters, and the Anunnaki heroes excavated and toiled. Now a primitive worker we plan to create for further toil. That, my kinfolk, is the question." Thus, with graveness, said Enlil, "Is it destiny, is it fate? That is what deciding requires. Is it from the beginning ordained or by us for choosing? To put the matter before Anu they decided. Anu before the council the matter was presented. The elders, the savants, the commanders were consulted. Long and bitter the discussions were, of life and death. Fate and words of destiny were spoken. Can there be another way the gold can be obtained? Survival is in danger. If gold must be obtained, let the new being be fashioned, the council decided. Let Anu forsake the rules of planetary journeys. Let Nibiru be saved at all costs. From Anu's palace, the decision to Earth was beamed. Enki was delighted. Let Ninhursag my helper be. Of such matters understanding she has. Thus was Enki saying. At Ninhursag with a longing he was gazing. Let it so be. Ninhursag said. Let it so be. Enlil said as well. By Enugi was the decision to the Anunnaki Ijiji in the Abzu announced. Until the new worker is achieved, to the toil willingly you must all return, he said. There was disappointment. Rebellion there was not. To the toil the Anunnaki returned. In the House of Life, in the Abzu. How to fashion the being Enki to Ninhursag was explaining. To a place among the trees, Ninhursag he directed. A place of cages it was. In the cages there were odd creatures. Their likes in the wild no one had seen. Foreparts of one kind they had, hind parts of another creature they possessed. Creatures of two kinds by their essences combined to Ninhursag, Enki was showing. To the House of Life they returned. To a clean place with brightness shining they led Ninhursag. In the clean place, Ningish Zida to Ninhursag, the life essence secrets were explained. How the essence from two kinds combined can be, he to her was showing. The creatures in the tree cages are too odd, monstrous they are, Ninhursag was saying. Indeed so, Enki responded. To attain perfection, for that you are needed. How the essences to combine. How much of this, how much of that to put together. In which womb conception is to begin. In which womb should the birth be given. For that your expertise and healing understanding are needed. The understanding of one who gives birth, a mother is required. A smile on the face of Ninhursag there was. The two daughters by Enki she mothered, she well remembered. With Ningish Zida, she surveyed the sacred formulas that were secreted. How this and that were done of him, she inquired. The creatures in the tree cages she examined, the Homo erectus creature she contemplated. By a male inseminating a female are the essences transmitted. The two entwined strands separate and combine an offspring to fashion. Let a male Anunnaki and an earth hominid female from the Abzu impregnate. From there, let a combination offspring be born, Ninhursag said. That we have tried, with failures it resulted. To her, Enki responded. There was no conceiving, there was no birth. Now this is the account of how the primitive worker was created. How Enki and Ninhursag, with Ningish Zida known as Thoth assisting, the perfect being was fashioned. Another way the admixture of essences to attain must be tried, Ninhursag said. The two strands of genetic essences shall combine another way. The portion that is from the earth must not be harmed. To receive our essence in slight graduations, it must be shaped from the formulas of Nibiru's essence. Only bit by bit could be attempted. In a crystal vessel and test tube, Ninhursag prepared a mixture by combining the eggs of a two-legged female Denisovan primate with Anunnaki seed. She then impregnated the primate female's eggs with the seed. Following that, Ninhursag reinserted the eggs back into the womb of the two-legged Denisovan female. This time there was conceiving, the two-legged primate was pregnant. A birth was indeed forthcoming. The allotted time for birth-giving the leaders awaited. With anxious hearts results were the Anunnaki leaders seeking. The allotted time arrived, but there was no birth-giving from the female. In desperation, Ninhursag a cutting in the female stomach she made, that which was conceived with tongs she drew out. A living being it was. With glee, Enki shouted, "We attained!" Ningish Zida with joy cried out. In her hands, Ninhursag the newborn held. With joy she was not filled. Shaggy with hair all over was the newborn. His foreparts like of the earth primates were. His hind parts to those of the Anunnaki more akin they were. They let the two-legged female primate who was the mother be a newborn nurse, with her milk him to suckle. Fast the newborn grew, what on Nibiru a day was, a month on earth was. Taller the imperfect earth child grew, in the image of the Anunnaki he was not. His hands for tools were not suited, his speech only grunting sounds was. We must try once more, Ninhursag was saying, the admixture needs adjusting. With Enki and Ningish Zida assisting, they repeated the procedures. The genetic essences in the test tubes. Ninhursag carefully, one bit she took from one bit she took out from another. Then, in the crystal bowl in the House of Life, the eggs of a two-legged female primate she then inseminated. There was conception. At the appropriate time, there was birth-giving. This one more in the likeness of the Anunnaki was. They let his birth mother him suckle. They let the newborn to a child grow. Appealing he was by his looks, his hands to hold tools were shapen. However, his senses they tested, and they were found deficient. The Earthchild could not hear, his eyesight was faltered. Again and again, Ninhursag rearranged the admixtures of the DNA formulas. She took bits and pieces. One being had paralyzed feet, another his semen was dripping. One had trembling hands, a malfunctioning liver. One had hands too short to reach the mouth, one had lungs with breathing unsuited. Enki, by the results, was disappointed. A primitive worker is not attained. To Ninhursag he said, "What is good and is bad in this being, by trials I am slowly discovering." Ninhursag to Enki responded, "To continue for success my heart prompts me." Once more an admixture she made, once more the newborn was deficient. "Perchance the shortfall is not in the admixture," Enki to her was saying. "Perchance neither in the female's oval nor in the essences is the hindrance. Of what the earth itself that the being comes from, perchance that is what is missing. We shall no longer use Nibiru's test tubes as the crystal vessel, we shall use the clay of the earth as the vessel." So was Enki, with great wisdom stated to his sister Ninhursag. Perchance of gold and copper is required as well. Thus was Enki, he who knows things, prompting her to use clay of the earth and copper as test tubes to hold the genetic mixtures. In the House of Life, Ninhursag made the earthly test tube from clay of the earth and copper. As a purifying bath, she shaped the vessel, within it to make the admixture. Gently into the earthly test tube the eggs of the female primate she put. The life essence from an Anunnaki's blood extracted she in the vessel then placed. By the genetic formulas was the essence directed, bit by correct bit was it in the vessel added. Then the oval thus fertilized into the womb of the female primate she inserted. "There is conception," Ninhursag with joy announced. The allotted birth-giving time they awaited. At the allotted time the earth female began to travail. A child, a newborn, was forthcoming. With her hands, Ninhursag the newborn extracted. A male it was. In her hands she held the child. His image she examined. It was the image of perfection. In her hands she held up the newborn. Enki and Ningishzida were present. With joyful laughter the three leaders were seized. Enki and Ningishzida were backslapping. Ninhursag and Enki embraced and kissed. "Your hands have made it." Enki, with a gleaming eye to her, was saying, "They let the birth-giving mother, the newborn, suckle. Quicker than a child on Nibiru grows, he was growing. From month to month the newborn progressed. From a baby to a child he was becoming. His limbs for the tasks were suited. Speech he knew not. Of speaking he had no understanding. Grunts and snorts were his utterings." Enki the matter was pondering. What was done each step an admixture he considered. Of all that we had tried and changed, one thing was never altered. To Ninhursag he was saying, "Into the womb of the hominid female fertilized eggs was always inserted. Perchance this is the remaining issue and obstruction." Thus Enki said. Ninhursag at Enki gazed with bewilderment she him beheld. "What in truth are you saying? Of him she an answer required." "Of the birth-giving womb I am speaking," Enki responded. "In our image, and after our likeness to be, perchance an Anunnaki female womb is required." In the House of Life there was silence. Words never before heard Enki was uttering. They gazed at each other, about what in each other's mind they were thinking. "Wise are your words, my brother," Ninhursag at long last was saying. "Perchance the right admixture in the wrong womb was inserted. Now where is the female among the Anunnaki her womb to offer?
What are we
Perchance
waiting for,
the
then?
perfect primitive worker to create. Perchance a monster in her belly she will carry." So was Ninhursag with a trembling voice saying. Enki then spoke and said, "Let Ninki, my spouse we shall inquire, she will fulfill this task." Enki said, "Let us call her to the House of Life."
To do in there.
The matter before her was laid out, and Ninki agreed. As Enki was turning to depart, Ninhursag put her hand on his shoulder. "No, no," to Enki she was saying. "The admixtures by me were made. Reward and endangerment should be mine." I shall be the one the Anunnaki womb to provide, for good or evil fate to face. Enki bowed his head. Gently he embraced her. So be it, to her he said. In the earthly test tube and vessel, the admixture they made, the eggs of an earth hominid called Denisovan, with Anunnaki male semen they put together. Then Enki inserted the fertilized egg into the womb of Ninhursag, and there was conception. The pregnancy, by an admixture conceived, how long will the pregnancy last? To each other they wondered. Will it be 9 months of Nibiru, or will it be 9 months of Earth? Ninhursag was giving birth to a boy child. On the 10th month, Ninhursag conceived. Enki held the boy child in his hands, the image of perfection he was. He slapped the newborn on his hind parts. The newborn uttered proper sounds. He handed the newborn to Ninhursag. She held him up in her hands. My hands have made it. Victoriously she shouted. Now this is the account of how Adamu, known as Adam by name, was called, and how Tiamat, also known as Eve, as a counterpart female for him, was fashioned. The newborn's visage and limbs the leaders carefully examined. Of good shape were his ears, his eyes were not clogged, his limbs were proper, hind parts like legs, fore parts like hands were shaped. Shaggy like the wild ones he was not. Dark black his head hair was, smooth was his skin, smooth as the Anunnaki skin it was, like dark red blood was its color, like the clay of the Abzu was its hue. They looked at his malehood. Odd was its shape. By a skin was its forepart surrounded. Unlike that of Anunnaki malehood it was, a skin from its forepart was hanging. Let the earthling from us Anunnaki by this foreskin be distinguished, so was Enki saying. The newborn to cry was beginning. To her chest, Ninhursag closely drew him. Her breast to him she gave, the breast he began to suckle. Perfection we did attain. Ningish Zida, the son of Enki with elation was saying. Enki at his sister was gazing. A mother and son, not Ninhursag and a being he was seeing. A name will you give him? Enki inquired. A being he is, not a creature. Ninhursag cast her hand upon the newborn's body. With her fingers, his dark red skin she caressed. Adamu I shall call him, Ninhursag was saying. One who like earth's clay is, that will be his name. For the newborn Adamu a crib they fashioned. In a corner of the house of life they placed him. A model for primitive workers we have indeed attained, Enki said. Now a host of workers like him are deeply needed, Ningish Zida reminded his elders. A model indeed he shall be. As for himself, like a firstling he shall be treated. From toil he himself shall be protected by myself, and all the Anunnaki he is the first and most precious. His essence alone as a mold shall be. So was Enki saying. By his decree, Ninhursag was greatly pleased. What Anunnaki wombs the new fertilized eggs shall carry? Ningish Zida asked. The leaders then pondered. Ninhursag then offered a solution. From her city Shurubak, Ninhursag had her female healers and medical examiners summoned. The task required to them she explained. To the crib of Adamu she led them, the newborn earthling to perceive. To perform the task is not a commandment, Ninhursag said. Your own wish is the decision. The female Anunnaki assembled. 7 of them stepped forward. 7 of them the task was accepted. Let their names for all time be remembered, Ninhursag to Enki was saying. Their task is heroic. By them a race of primitive workers shall come into being. The 7 Anunnaki female, soon to be mothers to the new race of earthlings, stepped forward. Each one her name was announced. The names Ningish Zida promptly recorded. Ninima, Shuziana, Ninmada, Ninbara, Ninmug, Musardu and Ninguna. These were the names of the 7 who by their own wish birth mothers were to be. Earthlings in their wombs to conceive and bear, primitive workers to create. In 7 test tubes of the clay of the earth were made. Ninhursag ovals of the Homo erectus female were placed. The DNA of Adamu she extracted. Bit by bit in the test tube she inserted. Then in the male part of Adamu an incision she made. A drop of blood to let out. Let this a sign of life be. That flesh and soul have combined, let it forever proclaim. She squeezed the male part for blood. 1 drop of blood in each vessel to the admixture she added. In this clay's admixture, earthling with the Anunnaki shall be bound. Thus was Ninhursag saying, an incantation she was pronouncing. To a unity shall the 2 essences, one of heaven, one of earth, together be brought. That which is of earth and that which is from Nibiru by a blood kinship shall be bonded, Ninhursag announced. Her words Ningish Zida, known as Thoth, also recorded. In the wombs of the Anunnaki birth-giving heroines, the fertilized eggs were inserted. Their conception, with anticipation, was the allotted time counted. At the allotted time, birth-givings were occurring. At the allotted time, 7 male earthlings were born. Their features were proper, good sounds they were uttering. By the heroines they were suckled. 7 primitive workers have been created, Ningish Zida was saying. Let the procedure be repeated. 7 more the toil to undertake. My son, to him, Enki responded. Not even 7 by 7 will be sufficient. Of heroine healers too much is required. Forever their task this way shall be, said Ningish Zida. Indeed, the task is too demanding. Beyond enduring it would be for them. Ninhursag to them said, female workers we have to fashion then. Enki said, for males' counterparts they shall be. Let them know each other. As one flesh the two to become, let them by themselves procreate. They will be fruitful and multiply. To the primitive worker, females by themselves give birth. Anunnaki females will be relieved. The genetic formulas you must change from male to female adjustment must be made. So did Enki say to Ningish Zida. For a counterpart to Adamu to be fashioned, in the womb of an Anunnaki female conception is needed once again. So did Ningish Zida to his father Enki in responding say. Enki at Ninhursag his gaze directed. Before she could speak, he raised his hand. Let me this time Ninki my spouse summon. With strong voice he said, if she is willing, let her the mold for the female earthling create. Then to the Abzu, to the House of Life, Ninki, one of the spouses of Enki, was summoned. They showed her Adamu. All that matters to her they explained. Of the task that is required they gave explanations. Of success and dangers were told. By the task, Ninki was fascinated. Let it be done, she to them said. By the genetic formulas Ningish Zida had adjusted, and the admixture of the fertilized oval was inserted into the womb of his spouse. With much care he did it. There was conception. In the allotted time, Ninki was in travail. A birth there was not. Ninki the months counted, Ninhursag the months counted. The 10th month, a month of evil fates, they began to call. Ninhursag, the lady whose hand wombs has opened, with a cutter an incision made. Her head was covered, on her hands protections she wore. With dexterity the opening she made, her face at once was brightened. That which in the womb was from the womb came forth. A female birth was given. To Ninki with joy she shouted. The newborn's visage and limbs they carefully examined. Of good shape were her ears, her eyes were not clogged. Her limbs were proper, hind parts like legs, fore parts like hands were shaped. Shaggy she was not. Like beach sands was the hue of her head hair, her skin smooth was, as that of the Anunnaki in smoothness and color it was. Ninhursag the girl child held in her hands. She slapped her hind parts, proper sounds the newborn uttered. To Ninki, the spouse of Enki, she the newborn handed, to be suckled, nourished, and raised. A name will you give her? Enki of his spouse inquired. A being she is, not a creature. In your image she is, and after your likeness perfectly she is fashioned, a model for female workers you have attained. Ninki cast her hand upon the newborn's body. With her fingers, her skin she caressed. Tiamat let her name be, the mother of life, Ninki was saying. Like the planet and queen of old, of which the earth and the moon kingy were fashioned, let her be called. From her womb's life essences, other birth givers shall be molded. To a multitude of primitive workers, she thereby life will be giving. Thus was Ninki saying, the other's words of concurring uttered. Now this is the account of the 2 first earthlings, Adamu known as Adam and Tiamat, known as Eve in the Eden. After Tiamat in the womb of Ninki was fashioned, 7 vessels of the clay of the Abzu Ninhursag placed the eggs of the 2-legged ape woman. The life essence of Tiamat, also known as Eve, she extracted, bit by bit, in the test tubes she it inserted. In the test tubes of the earth of the Abzu, Ninhursag made the admixture. incantations as the procedure befits she was uttering. In the wombs of the birth-giving heroines, the fertilized ovals were inserted. There was conception, and at the allotted time, birth-giving occurred. At the allotted time, 7 female earthlings were born. Their features were proper, good sounds they were uttering. Thus were 7 female counterparts for the primitive workers created. 7 male and 7 females after the original Adam and Tiamat, also known as Eve. After the earthlings were thus created, let the males and the females inseminate. Let the primitive workers by themselves offspring beget. So was Enki to the others saying, after the allotted time, offsprings had offspring will have offsprings. Plentiful will be the primitive workers' numbers, and the toil of the Anunnaki they shall hear. Enki, Ninki, also known as Damkina, Ninhursag and Ningish Zida were joyful. The fruit's elixir they were drinking. The Anunnaki created cages in the Eden among the tall trees they placed them. Let them together grow up. Malehoods and femalehoods they will have. Let the males, the females inseminate. Let them by themselves offspring beget. So were they to each other saying, as for Adam and Eve, from the toil of the excavations they shall be protected. Let them reside in the best part of the Eden to showcase the other Anunnaki there in our handiwork on display. So was Enki to the others saying. With that the others did concur. To Eridu, in the Eden, the city of Enlil, Adam and Eve were taken. An abode in an enclosure for them was built. To roam therein they could. The Anunnaki of the Eden came to see them. From the landing place they came. Enlil came to see them. By the sight his displeasure was diminished. Ninurta came to see them. Ninlil did as well. From the way station on Mars, Marduk the son of Enki also came down to see. It was a sight most astounding, a wonder of wonders it was to behold. Your hands have made it, the Anunnaki to the fashioners were saying. The Igigi who between Earth and Mars shuttled were also all agog. Primitive workers have been fashioned, our days of toil to finally end. So were they, all saying. In the hard toils of Abzu, the newborn earthlings of the 7 Anunnaki mothers were growing. For their maturing, the Anunnaki were anticipating. Enki was the supervisor. Ninhursag and Ningish Zida also came.
Bars and restaurants rely on Spectrum Business. With super fast internet, phone, and TV, you get an always connected network partner. So your customers always get the best. Get internet as low as $39.99 a month and get a free smart TV. Spectrum Business, made to work.
In the excavations, the Anunnaki were grumbling. Patience to impatience gave way. Inugi, their overseer of Enki, was often inquiring. For primitive workers, the outcry he conveyed. The circuits of Earth grew in number. Maturity of the Earthlings was overdue. No conceiving among the females was observed. There was no birth-giving. By the cages among the trees, Ningish Zida, also known as Thoth, made a couch of grass for himself. Day and night, the Earthlings he was watching, their doings to ascertain. Indeed, he saw them mating. The males and the females were inseminating. Conceiving there was not. Birth-giving there was not. Enki, the matter deeply pondered. The creatures once combined he contemplated. None, not one of them, had offspring begotten. By 2 kinds combined a curse has been created, Enki to the others said. Let us examine the genetics of Adam and Eve, said Ningish Zida. Their DNAs bit by bit to be studied. What is wrong was to ascertain. In Shurubak, in the House of Healing, the essences, which are the genetics of Adam and Eve, were contemplated. With the life essence of Anunnaki males and females, they were compared. Like 2 entwined serpents of the DNA strand, Ningish Zida separated the strands. Arranged like 22 branches on a tree of life were their chromosomes. Their bits were comparable to the Anunnaki. The images and likenesses they properly determined. 22 they were in number. The ability to procreate they did not include. Another 2 bits of the essence in the Anunnaki present Ningish Zida to the others showed. 1 male, 1 female. Without them, there was no procreating. So was he to them explaining. In the molds of Adam and Eve, in the combining they were not included. Ninhursag heard this and was distraught. With frustration was Enki seized. The clamor in the Abzu is great. Mutiny is again in the making. So was Enki to them, saying, "Primitive workers must be procured, lest the gold extracting shall cease." Ningish Zida in these matters learned of a solution. To his elders, Enki and Ninharsag, in the House of Healing, he whispered. All the heroines who Ninharsag were assisting were sent away. They locked the door behind them. The three with the two earthlings alone remained. Upon the four others, Ningish Zida, known as Thoth, utilized a sleeping agent and caused them all to descend into deep sleep. The four he made unfeeling. From the rib of Enki, the life essence he extracted. Into the rib of Adam, the life essence of Enki he inserted. From the rib of Ninharsag, the life essence he extracted. Then into the rib of Eve, the life essence he inserted. Where the incisions were made, the flesh thereon he closed up. Then the four of them by Ningish Zida were awakened. "It is done," he proudly declared. To their tree of life, 2 branches have been added. The genetic components of the Anunnaki intelligence have been added, requested by Lord Enki, with procreating power. Their life essences are now entwined. "Let them freely roam, as one flesh let thorn knots each other," Ninharsag was saying. In the Eden's gardens, all of them, including Enlil, agreed to have Adamu and Tiamat, also known as Adam and Eve, freely roam and reside in Eden for display and observation. At this location, Enlil entrusted his brother Enki with the task of issuing a decree among the Anunnaki. The directive was clear. The newly created beings were never to discover the truth about their engineered origin. To the primitive workers, these beings would be revered as their Lord and God until their last breath. Enki and Enlil solemnly agreed to this oath while walking with Adam and Eve in the gardens. Adam was assigned strenuous tasks within the confines of Eden, with guards stationed at the western and eastern boundaries of the garden. Enlil decreed that neither gods nor earthlings were permitted to enter or leave without authorization from Enki or himself, punishable by immediate execution on sight. Enlil desired close surveillance of the new beings. Their physical similarities were of no concern to Enlil. Rather, it was the essence within them that troubled him, a potential rival to his own and a disrespectful act to his ancestors. In contrast, Enki held a different perspective on the Earthlings, recognizing great potential in these beings born from other Anunnaki heroines, including his sister Ninharsag. Known as the wisest of princes, Enki's open-mindedness stemmed from his study of the cosmic arts of the Tyr, 3 ascended masters in the 6th densities. As a non-heir to the throne due to his concubine mother, Enki had the freedom to explore activities that led him to other worlds, acquiring knowledge and wisdom of the universe's secrets. This upbringing made him more compassionate than his younger brother Enlil, who was burdened since childhood with the prospect of one day shouldering the responsibilities of kingship, if their father Anu ascended to the throne of Nibiru alongside his full-blood reptilian mindset. Enlil observed that some of the early Earthlings had no grace and had rebellious edges. He asked his brother to modify a genetic code to enhance worship to them as their divine superiors and creators. Secretly in his laboratory, Enki's compassion and wisdom stirred him to gift humanity the power to turn on or off this worship gene at their own volition, following the supplementary worship element. Enki pondered in his abode. Engineer and master, yes he was, but creator he was not. The true creator, Enki believed, was the one who planted these beings on this planet. Still primitive, the being was not civilized in full intelligence. Spoke it did, but was short with words. Adamu and Eve had only the keen to worship, procreate and work, but were unknowingly slaves. Then, from henceforth, Enki promised himself he could no longer bear the burden of deception to them. Destiny beckoned on the day when Adam's work in the garden took him away from Eve. Alone, Enki's eyes met Eve's near the House of Life. In tones of love and compassion, he divulged the forbidden truths, revealing that they were cosmic kin, not creations of the Anunnaki, but living beings. He disclosed that they possessed immortal souls and had special genes in their blood, granting them greater power than their creators once activated. This revelation shattered the illusion of godhood, and Eve's worship gene component was deactivated. exposing the Anunnaki's masquerade to Eve and the knowledge of good and evil. Upon Adam's return, Eve shared the forbidden knowledge, causing them both to have a cognitive dissonance and fear. Fleeing, they concealed their nakedness beneath veils of leaves, evading the vigilant gaze of angelic guards. News reached Enlil, also known the Lord Satan of the Eden.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, the tightness, stinging.
In the cool of the day, Enlil in the orchard was strolling, the shade he was enjoying in Eden. Expecting to see Adam and Eve, wandered deeper into Eden and called unto Adam and said, "Where art thou?" Enlil encountered Adam and Eve hiding near a tree and bushes. Leaf aprons on their loins, Enlil noticed. In his physical presence, their once loyal eyes now sparkled with newfound knowledge and defiance. Of their nakedness was the first they became aware, then of malehood and femalehood they were knowing. Eve made leaves for aprons to cover their parts, from the wild beast to be distinguished. The Lord God Enlil declares punishment to them both, for the divine Anunnaki gods were to be only in cloth, and not the earthlings. Enlil, enraged to this incident, wanted to have words with his brother Enki. The matter of procreation Enki to Enlil explained. The 7 and 7 had failed. To Enlil he admitted, Ningish Zida, the life essence he examined, and an additional combining was needed. Enlil then furthered said that Enki has given Adamu and Tiamat the knowledge of good and evil. What if they shall put forth their hand also to take the fruit from the tree of life that we grow, and eat, and live forever as we do? Like us gods they will be. To the Abzu, away from the Eden, let them be expelled. So did Lord God Enlil the command decree. From the eastern part of Eden to the Abzu, Adamu and Tiamat, also known as Adam and Eve, were expelled. In an enclosure among the trees and caves Enki placed them. To know each other, he left them. In a hut Adam and Eve dwelled. 7 days they stayed, shedding tears abundant, regretting expulsion from the kingdom. After 7 days, hunger struck. Eve told Adam, "Arise, my lord, search for food for us, while waiting to try, who knows, for the Lord to accept us and back to paradise take us." After 7 days, Adam arose, went about the earth's face, found no food like the paradise gardens of Eden. Adam to Eve replied, "A death we face." Eve told Adam, "Oh, if dead I were, God would have accepted you in paradise." Adam to Eve replied, "A great anger upon all creatures lies, I know not, because of me or you." Eve to Adam replied, "My lord, if wise you think, kill me, so exterminated from God's sight and angels. Let God's anger cease, which happened because of me, bring you back to paradise." Adam replied, "No, no, mention not, lest God another judgment send upon us. How raise my hand, 'cause own flesh to suffer?" Then Eve told him, "Arise, seek vegetables, lettuce." And they found nothing tasting like paradise tree fruit. Eve told him, "God created that for beasts, but our food, the Lord God's angels live by. Now come, repent in penitence for 40 days, so God may pity us and give us better food than dumb animals, lest like them we become." Together they laid, and Tiamat, also known as Eve, bore children in her belly. With joy did the great god Lord Enki see what Ningish Zida, his son, had done come to be. With children Eve was. Ninharsag came to watch the birth and bring them to more heavenly abode in the Abzu. Enlil was displeased. A son and a daughter, twins, the earth beings, were born. With wonderment did Ninharsag and Enki watch the newborns. How they grew and developed was a marvel. Days were as months, months to earth years accumulated. By the time Adam and Eve had other sons and daughters, the first ones were by themselves procreating. Before one Shah of Nibiru had passed, the earthlings were proliferating. With understanding were the primitive workers endowed, of commandments they were comprehending. To be with the Anunnaki, they were eager. For food rations they toiled well. Of heat and dust they did not complain. Of backbreaking they did not grumble. Of the hardships of work, the Anunnaki of the Abzu were relieved. The vital gold to Nibiru was coming. Nibiru's atmosphere was slowly healing. Earth mission to the satisfaction of all was proceeding. Among the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came, there was also espousing and procreation. The sons of Enlil and Enki, from sisters and half-sisters, from healing heroines, took spouses. To them on earth, sons and daughters were born. Though by the life cycles of Nibiru were they endowed, by earth's cycles were they quickened. Who on Nibiru in diapers would still be, on earth became a child. Who on Nibiru began to crawl, when on earth born was running around. Special joy there was when Inanna and Ningal twins were born. A daughter and a son they were. Inanna and Utu by Ningal they were named. They were the grandchildren of Enlil. With them, a third generation of Anunnaki on Earth was present. For the offspring of the leaders, tasks were allocated. Some olden chores were divided. Easier among the offspring they were made. To the olden chores, new tasks were added.
Nickelodeon was hid everything, but that marked one of the darkest chapters. These are 3 predators who worked at Nickelodeon.
It made me wonder who was being hurt.
Have you ever told your story publicly before?
Quiet on Set, an ID True Crime Tape. Sunday, March 17th at 9 on ID.
Partisans of country music saying this is
Upon the earth, the warmth was rising, vegetation flourished, wild creatures overran the land. The rains were heavier, rivers were gushing, abodes repairing needed. Upon the earth, the heat was increasing, the snow-white parts to water were melting. From the depths of the earth, volcanoes were fire, and brimstones belching, the grounds were trembling, each time the earth was shaking. In the lower world, the snow-white-hued place, the earth was grumbling. At the tip of the Abzu, Enki a place for observing established. To his son Nergal and his daughter Ereshkigal, command thereof he entrusted. A thing unknown, an untoward thing thereunder is brewing. Nergal said to his father Enki. In Nibru-Ki, the place of the bond heaven-earth, Enlil the heavenly circuits was he watching. By the tablets of destiny's celestial motions he was comparing. There is turmoil in the heavens. Enlil to his brother Enki said. From the planet Mars, the place of the way station, Marduk to Enki, his father, was complaining. Strong winds are disturbing, annoying dust storms they are raising. So Marduk to his father, Enki words was beaming. In the hammered bracelet, turmoils are occurring. Upon the earth, brimstones from the skies were falling. Violently the earth they approached. Into flaming fires in the skies they were bursting. In a clear day, darkness they were causing, with storms and evil winds raging around. Like stony missiles, the earth they were attacking. Kingu, Earth's moon, and Mars too, by these havocs were afflicted. The faces of all 3 with countless scars were covered. Enlil and Enki to Anu the king, urgent words were beaming. Nibiru's savants they alerted. The earth and the moon and Mars, a calamity unknown we are facing. From Nibiru the savants were responding. Their words the leaders' hearts were not calming. In the heavens, the family of the sun were taking stations. In the heavens, glorious dwelling places were abandoning. Toward Nibiru from the celestial deep, a monstrous demon maid appeared over the solar system. A monster once to Tiamat's host belonging, by the celestial battle fashioned, from the celestial deep made its way. By Nibiru was it from slumber awakened. From horizon to the midst of heaven like a flaming dragon it was stretched. 1 league was its head. 50 leagues in length it was. Awesome was its tail. By day the skies of earth it darkened. By night upon the face of the moon a spell of darkness it cast. To her brothers, the Celestials, Mars for help was calling. Fierce was the encounters of the ancient piece of Tiamat, straying towards the solar system cause of disruption. A tempest of clouds upon the moon was raised. By its foundations was the moon shaken. From the impact did the moon quake and shake. Then the heavenly havoc was calmed. The great beast to its distant abode in the deep was returning. Mars, its dwelling place, did not abandon. The stony missiles upon the Earth and Mars ceased their reigning. Enki and Enlil with Marduk and Ninurta gathered, a surveying of the havoc they undertook. The foundations of the Earth Enki surveyed, of what its platforms had befallen he examined. The depths of the oceans he measured, in Earth's far corners the mountains of gold and copper he scanned. Of the vital gold there will be no shortage, this was Enki saying. In the Eden, Ninurta was the surveyor, where mountains trembled and valleys shook. In his skyship he soared and journeyed. The landing platform was intact. In the valleys of the north, the earth fiery liquids from volcanoes pouring. So was Ninurta to his father Enlil telling, sulfuric mists and bitumens he was discovering. On Mars, the atmosphere was damaged, dust storms left no life, and work is interfering, Marduk to Enki was saying. To Earth return I wish. To his father he disclosed. Enlil to his olden plans betook himself. What cities and their tasks he planned he reconsidered. A chariot place in the Eden must be established, to the others he was saying. The olden designs of the layout on the crystal tablet to them he showed. The conveying from the landing place to the way station on Mars is no longer certain. To soar toward Nibiru from Earth we must be able. So was Enlil to them saying. For the count since the first splashdown, the count of 80 Shahs it was. Now this is the account of the journey to the moon by Enki and Marduk, and how Enki the three ways of heaven and the constellations determined.
C'est tout! Ultimem force!
Let the place of the chariots near Bad Tibira, the major city, be established. Therefrom let the gold from Earth to Nibiru in the celestial chariots directly be carried. Mars shall be abandoned, said Ninurta. Enlil to the words of Ninurta, his son, gave heed. Of his son's wisdom he was proud. Enki to Anu the king conveyed Enlil's plan. Let a place of celestial chariots in the Eden be established. Near the place where the gold ores are smelted and refined, let it be built. Let the pure gold in the chariots directly from Earth to Nibiru be carried, directly to Earth from Nibiru. Let heroes and supplies be coming. Of great merit is the plan of my brother Enlil. Enki to their father Anu said, a great disadvantage in its core it is holding. The net pull of Earth is than Mars much greater. To overcome it, our powers shall be exhausted. Before there is rush to deciding, let us take an alternative. Nearby the Earth, a companion it has, the moon it is. Smaller is it, and descent thereon little effort will require. Let us make it as a way station. Let me and Marduk there to journey. The two plans Anu the king before counselors and savants for considering presented. Let the moon be first examined, the king they did advise. Let the moon be first examined, said Anu. Anu to Enki and Enlil the decision beamed. Enki was greatly joyed. The moon to Enki was always alluring. Whether somewhere waters it is hiding, what atmosphere it possesses, he did always wonder. In sleepless nights, its silvery cool disk with bewitchment he observed, its waxing and waning, a game with the sun played, a wonder of wonders he deemed. What secrets from the beginning it held he wished to uncover. In a rocket ship did Enki and Marduk to the moon journey. Thrice they the Earth's companion encircled, the deep wound by the dragon caused they observed. By many hollows, the handiwork of smashing demons, was the moon's face marked. In a place of rolling hills they set the rocket ship down, in its midst they landed. From the place the Earth they could observe, and the expanse of the heavens, eagles' helmets they had to have on unlike Mars. The atmosphere was for breathing insufficient completely for their species. With ease they walked about, in this and that direction they went. The evil dragon's handiwork was dryness and desolation. Unlike Mars, it is. For a way station, it is unsuitable. To his father, Marduk was saying, "Let us abandon this place. Let us to Earth return. Do not be hasty, my son." So was Enki to Marduk, saying, "Are you not by the celestial dance of Earth and Moon and Sun enchanted? Unobstructed from here is the viewing. The quarter of the sun is at hand. The Earth like a globe in the void, by nothing is hanging. With our instruments we can scan the distant heavens, the handiwork of the creator of all in this solitude we can admire. Let us stay, the circuits observe, how the moon circles the earth, how the earth its circuits around the sun is making." So Enki, by the sights agitated, to his son Marduk was saying. By his father's words, Marduk was persuaded. In the rocket ship they made their dwelling. For one circuit of earth, for 3 circuits on the moon they remained. Its motions about the earth they measured, the duration of a month they calculated. For 6 circuits of earth, for 12 circuits about the sun, earth's year they measured. How the two were entwined, causing the luminaries to disappear, they recorded. Then to the sun's quarter they attention gave. The paths of Jupiter and Mars they studied. With the earth and the moon, Mars the sun's second quarter constituted, 6 were the celestials of the lower waters. So was Enki to Marduk explaining. 6 were the celestials of the upper waters. Beyond the bar, the hammered bracelet they were, Anshar and Kishar, Anu and Nudimud, Gaga and Nibiru. These were the 6 other planets of the solar system. 12 were they in all. Of 12 did the sun and its family make the count. Of the upheavals most recent, Marduk of his father was inquiring, "Why have 7 celestials in a row places taken?" So was he his father asking. Their circuits about the sun, Enki then considered. Their grand band around the sun, their progenitor, Enki carefully observed. The positions of earth and moon therein on a tablet of destiny. Enki marked out on the tablets the earth and moon. By the motions of Nibiru, of the sun not a descendant. The width of the great band he outlined, the way of Anu the king, to name it Enki decided. In the expanse of the deep heavens, the stars did father and son observe. By their proximities and groupings was Enki fascinated. By the circuit of the heavens from horizon to horizon, he drew images of 12 constellations. In the great band, the way of Anu, one each with the sun's family of 12 he paired. To each one he designated a station, by names they were to be called. Then in the heavens below the way of Anu, whence Nibiru the sun is approached, a band-like way he designed, the way of Enki he called it. To it, 12 constellations by their shapes he also allotted. The heavens above the way of Anu, the upper tier, the way of Enlil he called, therein too the stars into 12 constellations he assembled. 36 were the stars' constellations, in the 3 ways were they located. So will the Earth's position designated as around the sun, it travels. The start of the cycle, of celestial time the measure, indicated Enki to Marduk. When I arrived on Earth, the station that was ending by me, the station of the fishes I named it, the one that followed after my name, he of the water I called it, said Enki with satisfaction and pride to his son Marduk. Your wisdom the heavens embraces, your teachings any own understanding extend. But on Earth and on Nibiru, knowledge and rulership are separated, said Marduk to Enki. My son, what is that you do not know? What is it that you are missing? Said Enki. The secrets of the heavens, the secrets of the earth with you have I shared. Alas, my father, to him Marduk was saying, of supremacy by fate I am deprived and you are as well. You, my father, are Anu's firstborn, yet Enlil, not you, is the legal heir. You, my father, were first to splash down and Eridu was established. Yet Eridu is in Enlil's domain, yours is in the distant Abzu. I am your firstborn, by your legitimate spouse on Nibiru was I born, yet the gold in the city of Ninurta is assembled. Therefrom to send or to withhold, the survival of Nibiru is in his hands. In my hands, it is not. Now to Earth we are returning. What will my task be? Am I to fame and kingship fated, or again to be humiliated? In silence did Enki embrace his son, on the desolate moon to him a promise made. Of that of which I have been deprived your future shall lots be my son. Your celestial time will come, and I will arrange it on the tablet of destinies. A station mine adjoining yours shall be. Now this is the account of Sippar, the place of the chariots in the Eden, and how the primitive workers to the Eden were returned. For many circuits of the Earth, from the Earth were father and son absent. On Earth, no plans were implemented. On Mars, the LGG were in turmoil. Enlil to Anu secret words conveyed. His concerns to Anu he from Nibruki beamed. Enki and Marduk to the moon have gone. For countless circuits there they are staying. Their doings a mystery are. What they are scheming is not known. Marduk, the way station on Mars, has abandoned. The Ajiji are agog. By dust storms has the way station been affected. What damage there is to us is not known. The place of the chariots in the Eden must be established. There from the gold directly from Earth to Nibiru to be carried. No way station on Mars shall henceforth be needed. The plan of Ninurta it is. Great in these matters is his understanding. Let him the place of the chariots near Bad Tibira establish. Let Ninurta be its first commander. Anu to the words of Enlil gave much consideration. To Enlil a response he gave. Enki and Marduk to Earth are returning. What about the moon they have found? Let us first to their words listen. From the moon, Enki and Marduk departed. To Earth they did return. Of conditions thereon they gave account. A way station is unfeasible now, so they reported. Let the place of the celestial chariots be built, Anu was saying. Let Marduk be its commander, Enki was saying to Anu. The task is for Ninurta set aside, Enlil with anger shouted. For the Ajiji command is no more needed. Of the tasks at hand, Marduk has knowledge. Of the gateway to heaven, let Marduk be in charge. So did Enki to his father say. Anu the matter with concern contemplated. Rivalries now the sons have affected. With wisdom was Anu endowed. With wisdom were his decisions. The place of the chariots for new ways the gold to handle is designated. Let us what henceforth comes in the hands of a new generation place. Neither Enlil nor Enki, neither Ninurta nor Marduk in command shall be. Let the third generation responsibility undertake. Let my grandchild Utu be the commander. Let the place of the celestial chariots be built. Let Sippar, Bird City, be its name. Unalterable was the word of the king. In the 81st Shah was the construction started. The plans of Enlil it followed. Nibruki was in the center. A navel of the earth by Enlil it was designated. As on circles by their place from Skyview, the olden cities were located. Like an arrow from the lower sea toward the mountains pointing they were arrayed. A line on the twin peaks of Arata, to the skies in the north reaching, he drew, where the pointing arrow the Arata line intersected. The place for Sippar, the earth's place of the chariots, he marked out. To it the arrow directly led. It from Nibruki was by an equal circle precisely located. Ingenious was the plan. By its precision all were made to wonder. In the 82nd Shah was the construction of Sippar completed. To the hero Utu of Enlil the grandson, its command was given. An eagle's helmet for him was fashioned. With eagle's wings was he decorated. In the first chariot from Nibiru to Sippar directly come, Anu was traveling. To view for himself the installations he desired, to marvel at what was attained he wanted. For the occasion, the Ajiji by Marduk commanded. From Mars to Earth came down, from the landing place and from the Abzu, Anunnaki were assembled. There was backslapping and hailing, a feast and a celebration. For King Anu, Iana, Enlil's granddaughter known for being a warrior goddess, singing and dancing she presented. With affection Anu kissed her. Anunitu, Anu's beloved, he fondly called her. Before departing, Anu the heroes and heroines assembled. A new era has begun, so was he to them saying, supplied directly with the golden salvation, forthcoming is the end of toil. Once enough gold on Nibiru for protecting is piled in storage, the toil on earth can be diminished, heroes and heroines to Nibiru will return. Thus did Anu the king to the assembled promise, a great hope to them he did extend. A few more shahs of toil and homeward they shall be bound. With much happiness did Anu to Nibiru soar back, gold, pure gold with him was carried. His new task Utu with cherish performed, Ninurta of Bad Tibira command retained. Marduk to Mars did not return. With his father to the Abzu, he did not go. Over all the lands he wished to roam, in his skyship the earth to comprehend of the Ajiji, some on Mars, some on Earth, Utu was the commander made. After Anu to Nibiru returned, on Earth, The leaders' great expectations had, with renewed vigor to labor, the Anunnaki they expected. Gold quickly to amass, thereby quicker homebound to be. That, alas, was not what came to pass. In the Abzu, relief, not continued toil, was the Anunnaki's expectation. Now that the Earthlings are proliferating, let them provide the labor. So were the Anunnaki in the Abzu saying. In the Aiden, the tasks were greater. More abodes, more provisions were required. For primitive workers to the Abzu confined, did the Aiden heroes clamor. For 40 Shahs was relief only to the Abzu provided. The heroes in the Eden shouted, "Our toil has increased beyond endurance. Let us have the workers too." While Enlil and Enki the matter were debating, Ninurta the decision into his hands took. With 50 heroes, an expedition to the Abzu he led. With weapons were they armed. In the forests and the steppes of the Abzu, the Earthlings they chased. With nets they them captured, male and female, to the outdoor laboratories of Eden they them brought. To do all manner of chores, in the orchards and in the cities, they trained them. By the doings was of Ninurta, and Enlil Enki was angered. By Earthlings Enlil was enraged. "My expelling of Adam and Eve you have overturned." Enlil to Ninurta said, "Let the mutiny once in the Abzu occurring, not in the Eden, be repeated." Enlil said to his son Ninurta, "With the Earthlings in the Eden, the heroes are becalmed. A few more Shahs and it will no longer matter." Ninurta said. Enlil was not appeased with grumbling. "Let it so be," to his son he said. "Let the gold pile up quickly. Let us all to Nibiru return soon." In the Eden, the Anunnaki and the Earthlings with admiration they observed. Intelligence they possessed. Of commands they had understanding. They took over all manner of chores. Unclothed, they were the tasks performing. Males with females among them were constantly mating. Quick were their proliferations. In one Shah, sometimes 4, sometimes more, were their great generations. As the Earthlings grew in numbers, workers the Anunnaki gods finally had. With food, the Anunnaki gods were not satiated. Enlil proclaimed that all inhabitants of Earth would gather sustenance for the Anunnaki heroes, now revered as gods by the people. In return for prayers and affection, offerings were expected to be presented. In the cities and in the orchard, in the valleys and in the hills. The Earthlings for food were constantly foraging for their beloved gods. In those days, grains had not yet been brought forth. There was no ewe, a lamb had not yet been fashioned. About these matters, Enlil to Enki angry words was saying, "By your doings confusion was created, by you let salvation be devised." Now this is the account of how civilized man was brought into place. By a secret of Enki, 2 unknown Earthlings named Adapa and Titi in the Aiden were brought forth by Enki. By the proliferation of the Earthlings, Enki was pleased but was worried. The lot of the Anunnaki was greatly eased, their discontent was diminished. By the proliferation, the Anunnaki shunned toil, the Earthling workers as slaves were they becoming. For 7 Shahs, the Anunnaki's lot was greatly eased, diminished was their discontent. By the proliferation of the Earthlings, what by itself was growing for all insufficient was. In 3 more Shahs of fish and fowl there was a shortage. What by itself grows, Anunnaki and Earthlings did not satiate. In his heart, Enki, a new undertaking, was scheming. To create a civilized, intelligent Earthling in his heart he conceived, grains that are sown by them to be cultivated. How this to attain he contemplated. The primitive workers in the Abzu he for this scheme observed, the Earthlings in the Eden, in the cities and in the orchards he considered. What could for the tasks make them suited for? What by the life essence and DNA has not been combined? The offspring of the Earthlings he observed, an alarming matter he noticed. By their repeated copulations, back toward their wild ancestors, they were degrading.
Every time I talk to people about Taylor Brands, they ask, why should I get an LLC through a third party? Can't I do it just all by myself? Of course the company wants to make a profit, but that's the beauty about Taylor Brands. They're transparent about the fact that starting a business costs money. There's no getting away with it. They're not keeping it a secret that you can handle some of those services on your own, but Taylor Brands is not about that. Their guided platform will create a personal business plan for you. If you feel stuck, you have real people you can talk to via their live.
Later, Enki decided, instead of watching from the heavens, to go upon the Earthlings and observe. Enki, entered the halls of Amenti. Into rejuvenation chamber of advanced technologies he entered. His consciousness he transferred into an avatar body of his liking, and relative to the appearance of the earthlings. In the marshlands, he looked about on the rivers he sailed and observed. With him was only Isimud, his vizier, whose secrets he kept. On the river's bank, bathing and frolicking earthling women he noticed. 2 females among them were wild with beauty, firm were their breasts. Upon their sight, the phallus of Enki caused to water, a burning desire he had. Shall I not kiss the young ones? His vizier Isimud inquired of Enki. I the boat will hither and row towards them. Kiss the young ones, Isimud to Enki was saying. The boat there to Isimud directed. From the boat to dry land, Enki stepped in the appearance of man. A young one to him Enki called, a tree fruit she to him offered. Enki bent down, the young one lie embraced. On her lips he kissed her. Sweet were her lips, firm with ripeness were her breasts. Into her womb he poured his seed, in a mating he knew her. Into her womb she took the seed. By the seed of the Lord God Enki she was impregnated. The second young one to him Enki called, berries from the field she offered him. Enki bent down, the young one he embraced, on her lips he kissed her. Sweet were her lips, firm with ripeness were her breasts. Into her womb he poured his seed, in a mating he knew her. Into her womb she took the holy seed. By the seed of the Lord Enki she was impregnated. With the young ones he stayed, whether pregnancies come about ascertain. So was Enki to his vizier Isimud saying. Isimud by the young ones sat down. By the 4th count their bulges appeared. By the 10th count, the 9th having been completed, the first young one squatted and birth was given. By her a handsome male child was born. The second young one squatted and birth was given. By her a beautiful female child was born. At dawn and dusk, which a day on the same day the 2 were born, the gracious ones, dawn and dusk, thereafter in legends they were known. In the 93rd Shah the 2 by Enki fathered, in the Eden they were born. Word of the births Isimud to Enki quickly brought. By the births Enki was ecstatic, whoever such a thing has ever known. Between Anunnaki and Earthling, conception was attained. Civilized man I have brought into being. To his vizier Isimud Enki instructions gave, a secret must my deed remain. Let the newborns by their mothers be suckled, thereafter into my household them bring. Among the bulrushes in reed baskets have I them found, thus to all you will say. By their mothers were the newborns suckled and nurtured. To Enki's household in Eridu thereafter Isimud them brought. Among the bulrushes in reed baskets have I them found, so did Isimud to all of them say. Ninki, the spouse of Enki, to the new foundlings a liking she took. As her own children she raised them. Adapa, the foundling, the boy she named. Titi, one with life, the girl she named. Unlike all other earthling children, the twosome were. Slower to grow up than Adam and Eve they were. Much quicker in understanding they were. With Anunnaki intelligence they were endowed. Of speaking with words capable they were. Beautiful and pleasant was the girl. With her hands, she was greatly dexterous. Ninki, whose prior name was Damkina, the spouse of Enki and mother of Marduk. To the young earthling girl Titi, she took a liking. All manner of crafts she was teaching, and how to lay seed in the earth to grow food. To the child Adapa, Enki himself gave teachings. How to keep records he instructed him. The achievements with pride Enki to Isimud was showing. A civilized man have I brought forth, to Isimud he said. A new kind of earthling from my seed has been created, in my image and after my likeness. From the seeds to the earth Titi will learn to plant and food will grow, an agricultural system will be set. Anunnaki and earthlings henceforth shall be satiated. To his brother Enlil, Enki sent word. From Nibruki to Eridu Enlil came. In the wilderness a new kind of earthling has come forth. To Enlil was Enki saying, quick of learning they are, knowledge and craftwork to them can be taught. Let us from Nibiru seeds that are sown bring down. Let us teach the new breed of earthlings farming and shepherding. Let Anunnaki and earthlings together satiated be. So was Enki to Enlil saying, akin to us Anunnaki, besides stature in many ways, indeed they are. Enlil to his brother said, a wonder of wonders it is, in the wilderness by themselves to have come about. Isimud was summoned. Among the bulrushes in reed baskets I found them, he said. Enlil the matter with graveness pondered, with amazement his head he shook. Indeed a wonder of wonders it is, a new breed of earthling on earth has emerged. A civilized man has the earth itself brought forth, farming and shepherding, crafts and tool-making he can be taught and master greater than we. So was Enlil to Enki saying, let us of the new breed to Anu word send. Of the new breed word to Anu on Nibiru was beamed. Let seeds that can be sown be seeded. So did Enki and Enlil to Anu the suggestion make. By civilized man, Anunnaki and earthlings can become satiated. Anu the words heard, by the words he was amazed. That by life essences one kind to another leads is not unheard of in many solar systems. These words he sent back to them. That on earth a civilized man from the Adamu so quickly appeared, that is unheard of. To sow and nurture, significant numbers are required. Perhaps the entities intended for propagation are incapable. As the scholars on Nibiru pondered this issue, in Eridu occurrences of import took place. Adapa and Titi mated and Adapa poured his seed into her womb. There was conception, there was birth-giving to twins, 2 brothers. Titi gave birth. Word of the birth to Anu on Nibiru was beamed. The twosome for conception are compatible. Proliferation by them can occur. Let on earth farming and shepherding begin, let us all be satiated. So did Enki and Enlil to Anu on Nibiru say, let Titi in Eridu remain, and the newborns to suckle and nurture. Let Adapa the earthling to Nibiru be brought. So did Anu his decision declare.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you want. You can have really relaxed, slow-paced stuff where you can take it easy. Or you could be on the edge of your seat, shaking, making split-second decisions. This is Eve. You know, it's a crazy universe where anything can happen, and however you want to do it, go for it. I would describe myself as a kind of a freedom fighter. My very first character was a Minotaur character because they just seemed like the coolest, most brutal people. And I was like, I want to be that guy. I started out doing the missions in HiSec, and I want to be on the side of the people who are fighting against the oppression, against the bad guys. And once I learned that you can basically help them and fight the other factions, that's all I wanted to do. Very satisfying feeling, starting out at the bottom and working my way up, getting to more advanced, situations, bigger ships, bigger enemies, and all that kind of cool stuff.
By the decision, Enlil was not pleased. Whoever of this would have thought that by a primitive worker fashioning, like us, the being would become. With knowledge, endowed, between heaven and earth they will now travel. On Nibiru the waters of long life he will drink, the food of long life he will eat. Like one of us Anunnaki shall the one of earth become. So was Enlil to Enki, and the other leaders saying. By the decision of Anu, Enki too was not pleased. Sullen was his face after Anu had spoken these words for Adapa. After Enlil had spoken, with Enlil his brother Enki agreed. Indeed, who of this would have thought? So to the other leaders did Enki say. The brothers sat and contemplated. Ninharsag with them was also deliberating. The command of Anu cannot be avoided. To them she said, let Adapa by our young ones to Nibiru be accompanied. His fright to diminish, to Anu things will be explained. So did Enki to the others say, let Ningish Zida and Dumuzi his companions be. By the way, Nibiru for the first time with their eyes also to see the new earthling. By Ninharag was the suggestion favored. Our young ones are earth-born, of Nibiru they are not aware. Its life cycles by those of earth are overwhelmed. Let the 2 sons of Enki, as yet unmarried, to Nibiru also travel. Perchance brides there for themselves they shall find. When the next celestial chamber from Nibiru did arrive in Sipa, Ilabrat, a vizier of Anu from the chamber stepped off. I have come to fetch the earthling Adapa, so to the leaders he said. The leaders to Ilabrat, Adapa presented. Titi and her sons to him they also showed. Indeed, in our image and after our likeness they are. So did Ilabrat say. To Ilabrat, Ningish Zida and Dumuzi, sons of Enki, were presented. To accompany Adapa on his journey they have been selected. To him Enki said, Anu his grandchildren to see will be pleased. So did Ilabrat say. To hear instructions Enki summoned Adapa. To Adapa thus he said, Adapa, to Nibiru, the planet whence we had come, you will be going. Before Anu, our king, you will meet. To his majesty you will be presented. Before him you shall bow. Speak only when asked. To all questions your answers must be short. New clothing you will be given. The new garments you shall put on. A bread on earth not found they will give you. The bread is death, do not eat. In a chalice an elixir to drink, they to you will give. The elixir is death, do not drink. With you Ningish Zida and Dumuzi my sons will journey. To their words hearken, and you shall live. So did Enki to Adapa instructed. This I shall remember, Adapa said. Enki summoned Ningish Zida and Dumuzi. To them a blessing and advice was given. Before Anu the king, my father and your grandfather, you are coming. To him you shall bow and homage pay. By Atlantean princes and nobles do not be coward. Of them you are their equals. To bring Adapa back to earth is your mission. By Nibiru's delights be not charmed. This we shall remember, Ningish Zida and Dumuzi said. His young one Dumuzi, Enki embraced. On the forehead he kissed him. The wise one Ningish Zida, Enki embraced. On the forehead he kissed him. A sealed tablet in the hand of Ningish Zida unseen he placed. To my father Anu this tablet in secret you shall give. So did Enki to Ningish Zida say. Then the two with Adapa to Sipar departed. To the place of the celestial chariots they went. To Ilabrat, Anu's vizier, the three of them themselves presented. To Ningish Zida and Dumuzi the garb of Igigi was given. Like celestial eagles they were dressed. As for Adapa, his unkept hair was shaven. A helmet as that of an eagle he was given. Instead of his loincloth, a tight-fitting vestment he was made to wear. Between Ningish Zida and Dumuzi, inside that which ascends he was placed. When the signal was given, the celestial chariot roared and shuddered. In fright did Adapa cower and cry out, the eagle without wings is soaring. Upon his sides, Ningish Zida and Dumuzi their arms placed. With soothing words they him calmed. When 1 league aloft they were borne, upon the earth they glanced out. Its lands they saw by seas and oceans into parts separated. When 2 leagues aloft they were, the ocean to a tub grew smaller. The land was the size of a basket. When 3 leagues aloft they were, again they cast a glance whence they had departed. The earth was now as a small ball, by a sea of darkness in the vastness swallowed. Once again Adapa agitated was. He cowered and cried out, "Take me back!" he shouted. Ningish Zida, his hand on the neck of Adapa put. In an instant was Adapa quiet. When they on Nibiru landed, there was much curiosity. The children of Enki, on earth born to see, even more so an earthling to encounter. A being from another world on Nibiru has arrived, so were the crowds shouting. With Ilabrat to the palace, they were taken to be washed, and with perfumed oils anointed. Fresh and befitting garments they were given. Heeding Enki's words, Adapa the new clothing did put on. In the palace nobles and heroes milled about. In the throne room, princes and counselors gathered. To the throne room by Ilabrat they were led, Adapa behind him, then the 2 sons of Enki. In the throne room before Anu the king they bowed. From his throne Anu stepped forward. My grandsons, he cried out. He hugged Dumuzi. He hugged Ningish Zida. With tears in his eyes, he embraced them. He kissed them. To his right Dumuzi he bade to be seated. On his left Ningish Zida sat. Then Labrat to Anu the earthling Adapa presented. Does he our speech understand? Anu the king of Ilabrat inquired. Indeed he does, by the Lord Enki was he taught. Ilabrat so answered. Come hither, Anu to Adapa said. What is your name and your occupation? Forward Adapa stepped. Again he bowed. Adapa is my name, of the Lord Enki a servant. So did Adapa in words speak. His speaking great amazement was causing. A wonder of wonders on earth has been attained, Anu declared. A wonder of wonders on earth has been attained. All the assembled shouted, let there a celebration be. Let us our guests thus welcome, Anu was saying. To the banquet room, Anu all who were assembled led. To the laden tables he happily gestured. At the laden table, bread of Nibiru Adapa was offered. He did not eat it. At the laden tables, elixir of Nibiru Adapa was offered. He did not drink it. By this Anu the king was puzzled and was offended. Why has Enki to Nibiru, this ill-mannered earthling, sent to him the celestial ways reveal? Come now, Adapa. To Adapa, Anu said, why did you neither eat nor drink, our hospitality rejected? My master, the Lord Enki, commanded me, the bread do not eat, the elixir do not drink. So did Adapa the king Anu answer. How odd is this thing? Anu was saying, for what has Enki from an earthling our food and elixir prevented? He asked Ilabrat. He asked Dumuzi. Ilabrat the answer knew not. Dumuzi could not explain. He asked Ningish Zida. Perchance in this lies the answer, Ningish Zida to Anu said. The secret tablet that he carried hidden to Anu the king he then gave. Puzzled was Anu. Anu was concerned, went to his private chamber. He went to the tablet to decipher. Now this is the account of Adapa, of civilized mankind the progenitor, and how by his sons Cain and Abal on earth was started. In his private chamber, Anu the tablet's seal broke open. Into the scanner the tablet he inserted, it, my message from Enki to decipher.
Every great wizard started out as nothing more than what we are now. Students. If they can do it, why not us?
Expecto Patronum!
Adapa by my seed to an earthling woman was born, so did the message from Enki say. Likewise was Titi by another earthling woman of my seed conceived. With wisdom and speech they are endowed, with Nibiru's long lifetime they are not. The bread of long living he should not eat, the elixir of long life he should not drink. To live and die on earth Adapa must return, mortality his lot must be, by the sowing and shepherding by his offspring on earth satiation shall be. So did Enki the secret of Adapa to his father Anu reveal. By the secret message from Enki Anu was astounded, whether to angry be or laugh he knew not. Ilabrat his vizier to his private chamber he summoned, to him he thus said, Enki, that son of mine ways with females has not mended. To Ilabrat his vizier the message on the tablet he showed. What are the rules, what is the king to do? Of his vizier Anu inquired. Concubines by our rules are permitted. Of interplanetary cohabitation no rules exist. So did Ilabrat to the king respond. If damage there be, let it be restricted. Let Adapa forthwith to earth be returned. Let Ningish Zida and Dumuzi stay longer. Anu then his grandson Ningish Zida, also known as Thoth, to his private chamber summoned. Did you know what your father's message said? Of Ningish Zida he inquired. Ningish Zida his head lowered, with whispering voice he said, I know not, but guess I can. The life essence of Adapa I have tested, of Enki's seed he is. That indeed is the message. To him Anu said, Adapa to earth forthwith shall return, to be of civilized man, a progenitor his destiny shall be. As for you, Ningish Zida, to earth with Adapa you shall return, of civilized mankind at your father's side, to become their teacher. So did Anu the king the decision make. The destiny of Adapa and Ningish Zida he determined. To the assembled savants and nobles, Atlantean princes and counselors Anu and the other two returned. To the assembled words of decision Anu announced, the welcome to the earthling must not be overextended. On our planet he cannot eat or drink. Of his astounding abilities we have all seen, let him to earth return. Let his offspring there on earth fields till, and in meadows shepherd. To ensure his safety and avoid his agitation, Ningish Zida with him back will travel. With him the seeds of Nibiru of grains which multiply to earth will be sent. Dumuzi, the youngest, for a Shah with us shall stay. Then to earth he shall return. This was the decision of Anu to the king's words, all in agreement their head bowed. At the appointed time, Ningishzida and Adapa to the place of the celestial chariot were taken. Anu and Dumuzi, Labrat and counselors, nobles and heroes to them farewell. There was roaring and shuddering, and the chariot was lofted. The planet Nibiru grew smaller, they saw then, from horizon to zenith, the heavens they saw. On their journey, Ningishzida to Adapa, the planet gods explained. Of sun and earth arid, the moon to him, lessons he gave. Of how the months chase one another, and how earth's year is counted him, he taught. When to earth they returned, to his father Enki, Ningishzida all that had happened related. Enki laughed and struck his loins. It all went as I expected with glee, he said, except the detention of Dumuzi, that is a puzzle, so did Enki say. By the prompt return of Ningishzida and Adapa, Enlil was greatly puzzled. What is the matter? What on Nibiru transpired? Of Enki and Ningishzida he inquired. Let Ninhursag our sister too be summoned. Let her too of what transpired hear. Enki to him said. After Ninhursag arrived, to Enlil and to Ningishzida all did tell. Enki his cohabitation with the earthling females also related. No rules have I broken, our satiation I have ensured. So Enki to them said. No rules did you break, the fates of Anunnaki and earthlings by a rash deed you determined. So did Enlil in anger say. Now the lot is cast, destiny by fate is overtaken. With fury was Enlil seized, with anger he turned and left them standing. To Eridu Marduk came, by his mother Damkina was he summoned. The odd ongoings to verify of his father and brother he demanded. To keep the secret from Marduk hidden, father and brother decided. Anu by the civilized man was enthralled. To at once all on earth satiate he commanded. So they to Marduk only part of the truth revealed. By Adapa and Titi, Marduk was impressed. To the boys he took a liking. While Ningishzida, Adapa he instructed, let my brother Ninurta and I teach him. So did Marduk to his father Enki, and to Uncle Enlil say, let Marduk teach one, let Ninurta teach the other. To them Enlil responded, in Eridu, Ningishzida with Adapa and Titi stayed. Numbers and writing Adapa he taught. The twin who was first in birth, Ninurta to Bad Tibira, his city took. Cain also known as Cain, he who in the field food grows he called him. To dig canals for watering he taught him, sowing and reaping he was teaching. A plow from the wood of trees Ninurta for Cain made, with it a tiller of the land to be. The other brother, son of Adapa, by Marduk to the meadows was taken, Abael, also known as Abel, he of the watered meadows, his name was thereafter called. How to build stalls Marduk taught him. For shepherding to start, the return of Dumuzi they awaited. When the Shah was completed, Dumuzi to earth returned. The essence seed of sheep growing with him he brought. Four-legged animals of Nibiru to another planet, the earth he conveyed. His return with essence seed was cause for much celebration. Into the care of his father Enki, Dumuzi with his precious cargo returned. The leaders then got together, how to proceed with the new breed they considered. Never before was there a sheep on earth, a lamb has never to earth from the heavens been dropped, a she-goat has never before to her kid given birth on earth. Weaving of sheep's wool has never before been established on earth. The Anunnaki leaders, Enki and Enlil, Ninhursag and Ningishzida, who the creators were. A creation chamber, a house of fashioning to establish, was decided. Upon the pure mound of the landing place in the Cedar Mountains it was established. Near where the elixir seeds by Ninhursag brought were planted, there was the creation chamber established. There was the multiplying of the grains and of the agriculture on earth begun. Of Cain, also known as Cain, son of Adapa for sowing and reaping Ninurta, was his mentor. Of Abel, also known as Abel son of Adapa, the arts of sheep and lamb rearing and shepherding, Marduk was his mentor. When the first crops were reaped, when the first sheep matured, let there be a celebration. Enlil a decree proclaimed. Before the assembled Anunnaki, the first grains, the first lambs were presented. At the feet of Enlil, Enki and Cain by Ninurta guided, his offering placed. At the feet of Lord God Enlil and to Enki Abel by Marduk guided, his offering placed to the god in ritualistic fashion. Enlil to the brothers gave a joyful blessing, their labors he extolled. Enki embraced his son Marduk, the Eam for all to see he raised. Meat for eating, wool for wearing to earth have come, Enki said. Now this is the account of the generations of Adapa and the killing of Abiel by Cain, also known as Abel and Cain, and what thereafter transpired. After the celebration of firsts was over, sullen was Cain's face. By the lack of Enki's blessing, greatly he was aggrieved. As to their tasks, the brothers returned. Abel before his brother was boasting, I am the one who abundance brings, who God satiates, who gives strength to the heroes, who wool for their clothing provides. Cain by his brother's words was offended. To his boasting strongly he objected, it is I who the plains luxuriates, who furrows with grains makes heavy, in whose fields birds multiply, in whose canals fish become abundant, sustaining bread by me is produced, with fish and fowl the gods' diet I variate. On and on the twin brothers each other disputed, through the winter time they argued. When summer began it was not raining, the meadows were dry, the pastures dwindled. Into the fields of his brother Abel his flocks drove, from the furrows and the canals to drink water. By this Cain was angered. To move the flocks away his brother he commanded. Farmer and shepherd, brother and brother, words of accusation uttered. They spat on each other, with their fists they fought. Greatly enraged, Cain a stone picked up, with it Abel in the head he struck. Again and again he hit him until Abel fell, his blood from him gushing. When Cain his brother's blood saw, Abel, Abel, my brother, he shouted. Motionless on the ground did Abel remain. From him his soul had departed. By the brother whom he had killed Cain remained. For a long time he sat crying. Titi it was who of the killing was the first to know by a premonition. In a dream vision as she was sleeping, Abel's blood she saw. In the hand of Cain it was. Adapa from his sleep she awakened. Her dream vision to him she told. A heavy sorrow fills my heart. Did something terrifying happen? So did Titi to Adapa say. Greatly agitated she was. In the morning the two from Eridu departed. To the whereabouts of Cain and Abel they went. In the field they found Cain. By the dead Abel he was still seated. A great cry of agony Titi shouted. Adapa spread mud on his head. What have you done? What have you done? To Cain they shouted. Silence was Cain's answer. To the ground he threw himself and wept. To Eridu city, Adapa returned. What had occurred to the Lord Enki, Adapa told. With fury, Enki confronted Cain. Accursed you shall be, to him he said. From the Eden you must depart. Among Anunnaki and civilized earthlings you shall not stay. As to Abel in the fields, his body cannot for the wild birds remain. As the Anunnaki custom is, he in a grave below a stone pile shall be buried. How Abel to bury Enki to Adapa and Titi showed, for the custom to them was not known. For 30 days and 30 nights was Abel by his parents mourned. To Eridu for judgment Cain was brought. The exile sentence to pronounce Enki wished. For his deed Cain himself must be slain. So did Marduk with anger say, let the 7 who judge be assembled. So did Ninurta of Cain the mentor say. Whoever of such an assembling ever heard, Marduk shouted, that for one not from Nibiru Anunnaki leaders shall to judge be called? Is it not enough that one by Ninurta mentored the one by me favored has killed? Is it not that as Ninurta Anzu did vanquish, so did Cain against his brother rise? Like the fate of Anzu Cain's fate should be, his life breath to be extinguished. So did Marduk in anger to Enki, Enlil and Ninurta say. Ninurta by the words of Marduk was saddened. Silence, not words, his answer was. Let me with Marduk my son words in private have. To them Enki said, when in Enki's private chambers he and Marduk were. My son, my son. To Marduk Enki softly spoke, your agony is great. Let us not agony with agony compound. A secret that is on my heart has heavily emboldened me to tell you. On a day of observation among the earthlings, as by the river I strolled, 2 earthling maidens my fancy caught. By them from my seed were Adapa and Titi conceived. A new kind of earthling, a civilized man by that upon the earth was brought. Whether they to procreate were able, our king Anu in doubt was. By the birth of Cain and Abel were Anu and the council on Nibiru convinced. A new phase of Anunnaki presence on this planet was welcomed and approved. Now that Abel has been slain, and if Cain too shall be extinguished, satiation to an end would come, mutinies will be repeated, all that was achieved shall crumble. No wonder that to Abel a liking you took, the son of your half-brother Adapa he was. Now on the other one have pity, let the line of Adapa survive. So did Enki with sadness a secret to Marduk, his son, he revealed. By the revelation, Marduk was at first astounded, then by laughter he was overcome. Of your love-making prowess much to me was rumored, father. Now of that convinced I am. Indeed, let Cain's life be spared, to the ends of the earth let him be banished. So did Marduk, from anger to laughter changing, to his father say. In Eridu, judgment upon Cain by Enki was pronounced. Eastward to a land of wandering for his evil deed Cain must depart, that his life must be spared, he and his generations shall be distinguished. By Ningish Zidda was the life essence of Cain altered. That his face a beard should not grow, Cain's life essence and genetic code Ningish Zidda changed. With his sister Awan as a spouse, Cain from the Eden departed. To the land of cold wanderings he set his course. Now the Anunnaki sat, and among themselves wondered, without Abel, without Cain, who shall for us the grains grow and bread make? Who shall be the shepherd, the ewes multiply, wool for clothing provide? Let by Adapa and Titi more proliferation be, so did the Anunnaki say. With the blessing of Enki, Adapa his spouse Titi birthed again and again. One daughter, another daughter, each time again and again were born. In the 95th Shah, a new son Adapa and Titi finally had. Sati, he who life binds again, Titi named him. By him were the generations of Adapa counted. In all, 30 sons and 30 daughters Adapa and Titi had. Of them tillers of the land and shepherds for the Anunnaki gods toiled. By them did satiation to Anunnaki gods and civilized earthlings come back into fruition. In the 97th Shah, to Sati a son by his spouse Azura was born. By the name Enshi in the annals he was recorded. Master of humanity meant his name. By Adapa his father writing and numbers he was made to understand, and who the Anunnaki gods were. And all about Nibiru by Adapa Enshi was told. To Nibruki. By the sons of Enlil he was taken. Secrets of the Anunnaki gods him they taught. How the perfumed oils for anointing Nana, Enlil's on earth the eldest, him showed. How the elixir from the Inbu fruits to prepare Ishkur, Enlil's youngest, him instructed. It was then that by this time the civilized man called the Anunnaki gods and worshipped them and exchanged offerings for blessings. Thereafter to Enshi by his sister Noam a son was born. Kunin, he of the kings, his name had the meaning. For by Niburta in Bad Tibira he was tutored. Of furnace and kiln there he learned how with bitumen's fires to make, how to smelt and refine he was taught. In the smelting and refining of gold for Nibiru, he and his offspring toiled. In the 98th Shah did this matter come about. Now this is the account of the generations of Adapa after Cain was exiled, and the heavenly journeys of Enkime and the death of Adapa. In the 99th Shah to Kunin, a son was born. By Mualit, a half-sister of Kunin, he was conceived. Malalu, he who plays, she named him. In music and song, he excelled. For him, Ninurta a stringed harp made. A flute for him he shaped. Hymns to Ninurta Malalu played. With his daughters before Ninurta they sang. The spouse of Malalu, the daughter of his father's brother was. Dana was her name. In the 100th Shah, since the count on earth had begun, a son to Malalu and Dana was born. Their firstborn he was. Irid, he of the sweet waters, his mother Dana her name. It was him Dumuzi how wells to dig had taught, for flocks in distant meadows water was to be provided. It was there, by the wells in the meadows, that shepherds and maidens gathered, where espousing and proliferation by civilized mankind exceedingly abounded. In his days the Ajiji to earth were more frequently coming. To observe and watch from the heavens, they increasingly abounded. To watch and see what on earth was transpiring, they increasingly desired. To be with them on Mars, Enki Marduk beseeched. To watch and see what on earth was transpiring, Marduk more fervently wished. At a well in the meadows did his spouse meet. Baraka was her name, the daughter of his mother's brother she was. At the conclusion of the 102nd Shah, a son to them was born, by the name Enkime, by Enkime understanding in the annals he was called.
Let me see my new granddog.
Say hi, Grandma!
You're feeding him Blue Buffalo, right?
Now we got Fear in one. It's all the same stuff.
Not really.
Wise and intelligent he was, numbers he quickly understood. About the heavens and all matters celestial, he was constantly curious. To him the Lord Enki took a liking. Secrets once to Adapa revealed to him he told. Of the family of the sun and the 12 celestial gods Enki him was teaching, and how the months by the moon were counted and the years by the sun, and how by Nibiru the Shahs were counted, and how the counts by Enki were combined, how the Lord Enki the circle of the heavens to 12 parts divided, a constellation to each one how Enki assigned, 12 stations in a grand circle he arranged with tablets of destiny, how to honor the 12 Anunnaki great leaders by names the stations were called. To explore the heavens, Enkime was eager. 2 celestial journeys he did make. And this is the account of Enkime's journeys to the heavens, and how the Igigi troubles and intermarriages by Marduk were started. To be with Marduk in the landing place, Enkime was sent. From there, Marduk in a rocket ship to the moon did him take. There what Marduk from his father Enki had learned to Enkime he did teach. When to earth Enkime returned, to be with Utu in Sipar, the place of the celestial chariots, he was sent. There, a tablet for writing what he was learning by Utu to Enkime was given. Utu in his bright abode, a prince of earthlings him installed. The rites him he taught, the functions of priesthood to begin. In Sipar with his spouse Edini, a half-sister, Enkime resided. To them in the 104th Shah a son was born, Matushal his mother him named, who by the bright waters raised the name meant. It was after that Enkime on his second journey to the heavens went. This time too Marduk was his mentor and companion. In a celestial chariot heavenward they soared, toward the sun, and away from it they circled. To visit the Igigi on Mars by Marduk he was taken. To him the Igigi a liking was taken, of civilized earthlings from whom they learned. Of him it is in the annals said, that to the heavens he departed, that in the heavens he stayed till the end of his days. Before Enkime for the heavens departed, all that in the heavens he was taught. In writings Enkime a record made, for his sons to know he wrote it. All that is in the heavens in the family of the sun he wrote down, and about the quarters of the earth and its lands and its rivers too. To the hands of Matushal, his firstborn son, the writings he entrusted, with his brothers Ragim and Gaidad to study and abide by. In the 104th Shah was Matushal born. To the Igigi troubles and what Marduk had done, he was a witness. By his spouse Ednat, a son to Matushal was born. Lumach, mighty man, was his name. In his days, conditions on earth became harsher. The toilers in field and meadow raised complaints. As a workmaster, the Anunnaki Lumach appointed, the quotas to enforce, the rations to be reduced. In his days, it was that Adapa his death time attained. And when Adapa knew that his days to an end were coming, let all my sons and sons of sons assemble themselves to me. He said, that before I die I may bless them, and words to them speak before I die. And when Sati and the sons of the sons had gathered, where is Cain, my firstborn? Adapa of them all asked, let him be fetched. To them all he said. Before the Lord Enki Sati his father's wish presented, what to be done at the Lord he asked. Enki then Ninurta summoned, let the banished one, of whom the mentor you were, to Adapa's deathbed be brought. In his bird of heaven, Ninurta betook himself, to the land of wandering he flew. Over the lands he roamed, from the skies for Cain he searched. And when he him found, like on eagle's wings, Cain to Adapa he brought. When of his son's arrival, Adapa was informed, let Cain and Sati before me come. Adapa said. Before their father the two came, Cain the firstborn on the right, Sati on the left. And the eyesight of Adapa having failed, for recognition his sons' faces he touched. And the face of Cain on the right was beardless, and the face of Sati on the left with beard was. And Adapa put his right hand on the head of Sati, the one on the left, and he blessed him and said, of your seed shall the earth be filled, and of your seed as a tree with 3 branches, mankind a great calamity shall survive. And he put his left hand on the head of Cain on his right, and to him said, for your sin of your birthright you are deprived, but of your seed 7 eastern nations shall come. In a realm set apart they shall thrive, distant lands they shall inhabit. But having your brother with a stone killed, by a stone will be your end. And when Adapa finished these words saying, his hands dropped and he sighed and said, now summon my spouse Titi, and all the sons and all the daughters. And after my spirit leaves me, to my birthplace by the river and house of life carry me, and with my face toward the rising sun there bury me. Like a wounded beast, Titi cried out, to her knees by Adapa's side she fell. And the two sons of Adapa, Cain and Sati, in a cloth his body wrapped. In a cave by the banks of the river, by Titi shown, Adapa they buried. In the midst of the 93rd Shah was he born. By the end of the 108th he died. A long life for an earthling he had. The life cycle of Enki he did not have. And after Adapa was buried, Cain to his mother and brother farewell bade. Ninurta in his bird of heaven to the land of wandering him returned. And in a distant realm near the Asiatic peaks, Cain had sons and daughters. And he for them a city built, and as he was building, by a falling stone he was killed. In the Edin Lumak as a workmaster the Anunnaki served. In the days of Lumak did Marduk and the Igigi intermarry with the children of men. Mankind proliferates, Adapa's line serves as royalty. Defying Enlil, Marduk espouses and marries an earthling female. Celestial disturbances and climate changes affect Mars. The LGGI decide to all descend to Earth, seize children of men's daughters as their wives. The promiscuous Enki begets a new human son named Ziusudra. Droughts and pestilences cause suffering on Earth. Enlil sees it as fated retribution and wants to return home. Ninhursag, who aged by Earth's cycles, also wants to return home. A mystery emissary that was sent by Creator of all warns them not to defy their destiny. Signs increase of a coming calamitous deluge. Most Anunnaki begin to depart back to Nibiru. Enlil enforces a plan to let mankind perish. Enki and Ninhursag start to preserve Earth's seeds of life. The remaining Anunnaki prepare for the day of the deluge and great flood. It will wipe out all of the rebellious Anunnaki and men. Nergal, lord of the lower world, is to issue the warning. In the days of Lumak did Marduk and the Igigi with earthlings intermarry. In those days on Earth the hardships were increasing. In those days on Lamu, also known as Mars with dryness and dust, was the planet enveloped. The Anunnaki who decree the fates, Enlil and Enki and Ninhursag, with each other consulted. What conditions on Earth and on Mars were altering, they wondered. On the sun flarings they observed, in the net forces of Earth and Mars there were disruptions. In the Abzu, at the tip of the white land facing, instruments far observing they installed. In the charge of Nergal, the son of Enki, and his daughter Ereshkigal, the instruments were put to the land beyond the seas, known as the underworld. Ninurta was assigned, in the mountain land, a band of heaven-earth to establish. On Mars, the Igigi were restless. To pacify them, Marduk was the task given. Until what are the hardships causing? The way station on Mars must be kept. So, to Marduk, the leaders said. The three who the fates decree with each other consulted. They looked at each other. How old the others are, each one of the others thought. Enki, who the death of Adapa was grieving, was the first one to speak. More than 100 Shahs since my arrival have passed. To his brother and sister he said, I was then a dashing leader. Now I am bearded, tired and old I am. An enthusiastic hero I was, for command and adventure ready. Enlil then said, now I have children who have children, all on Earth born. Old on Earth we became, but those on Earth born are even older sooner. So did Enlil to his brother and sister ruefully say. As for me, an old sheep they call me. So did Ninhursag wistfully say. While the others have been coming and going, turns on Earth to serve taking. We the leaders have stayed and stayed. Perchance it is time to leave, so did Enlil say. Of that did I often wonder, to them Enki was saying. Each time one of us three to revisit Nibiru wished, word from Nibiru always our corning there to prevent it. Of that I too did wonder. Enlil was saying, is it a thing on Nibiru, a thing on Earth? Perchance the life cycles that differ it concerns, so was Ninhursag saying. To watch and see what transpires, the three leaders decided. At that time fate, or was it destiny, in its hands the matters took. For it came to pass that soon thereafter Marduk to his father, Enki came, a matter of great gravity with his father, Enki, to discuss with Enki he wished. Upon the earth the three sons of Enlil's spouses have chosen. A bride I wish to choose, to have a spouse it is my desire. So did Marduk to his father Enki say, your words happy make me. Enki to Marduk was saying, your mother too shall rejoice. Is she one of the young ones who heal and succor give? Enki went on to ask. A descendant of Adapa she is, of Earth, not Nibiru is she? Marduk softly whispered. With a puzzled look, Enki was speechless. Then, uncontrolled words, he shouted, a prince of Nibiru, a firstborn to succession entitled, an earthling will espouse, not an earthling but your own offspring. To him, Marduk said, a daughter of Enkime who to heaven was taken she is, Sapanit is her name. Enki his spouse Ninki summoned. To her what with Marduk transpired he related. To Ninki his mother Marduk his heart's desire repeated and said, when Enkime with me was journeying, and of heaven and earth him I was teaching. What my father once had said, I with my own eyes witnessed. Step by step on this planet, a primitive being, one like us to be, we were created, in our image and in our likeness. Civilized earthling is, except for the long life. A daughter of Enkime my fancy caught, her to espouse I wish. Ninki, also known as Damkina, her son Marduk's words she pondered. And the maiden, does she appreciate your gaze, my son? Indeed she does, Marduk to his mother said. This is not the matter to consider. Enki with a raised voice said, if our son this shall do, to Nibiru with his wife he would never go. His princely rights on Nibiru he forever will forsake. To this Marduk with a bitter laughter responded, my rights on Nibiru are non-existent. Even on earth my rights as firstborn have been trampled. This indeed is my decision. From prince a king on earth become the master of this planet. Let it so be, Ninki said. Let it so be, Enki also said. They summoned Matushal, the bride's brother. Of Marduk's wish they him told. Humbled but with joy overwhelmed Matushal was. Let it so be, he said. When of the decision Enlil was told, with fury he was seized. It was one thing for the father with earthlings intercourse have, it is another matter for the son an earthling to espouse, lordship on her to bestow. When Ninhasag of the matter was told, greatly disappointed she was. Marduk any maiden of ours could espouse, even from my own daughters by Enki he could chose, half-sisters, as is the royal custom, he could espouse. So did Ninhasag say. With fury Enlil to Anu on Nibiru of the matter, words beamed up. Too far has this behavior gone farther, it cannot be allowed. To Anu the king Enlil said, on. Nibiru Anu the councillors summoned, the matter with urgency to discuss. In the rule books of such a matter, no rule they found. Anu the savants also summoned, the matter's consequences to discuss. On Nibiru Adapa, the maiden's progenitor could not stay. To Anu they were saying, therefore to return to Nibiru with her, Marduk forever must be barred. Indeed, having to earth cycles become accustomed, even without her Marduk's return impossible might be. So were the savants to Anu saying, with that the councillors too agreed. Let the decision to earth be beamed. Anu was saying, Marduk marry can, but on Nibiru a prince he shall no more. The decision by Enki and Marduk was accepted, Enlil too to the word from Nibiru bowed. Let there be a wedding celebration, in Eridu let it be, Ninki to them said. In the Edin Marduk and his bride cannot stay. Enlil the commander announced. Let us to Marduk and his bride a wedding gift make, a domain of their own, away from the Eden, in another land. So did Enki to Enlil say. Of Marduk being sent away, Enlil with consent to himself was thinking, to what land, of what domain are you speaking? Enlil to his brother Enki said, a domain above the Abzu, in the land that the upper sea reaches, one that by waters from the Eden is separated, that by ships can be reached. So did Enki to Enlil say. Let it so be, Enlil said. In Eridu, a wedding celebration Ninki for Marduk and Sapanit arranged. Her people by the sound of a copper drum the ceremony announced, with 7 tambourines, her sisters the bride to her spouse presented. A great multitude of civilized earthlings in Eridu assembled, like a coronation to them the wedding was. Young Anunnaki also attended, Ijiji from Mars in great numbers came. To celebrate our leader's wedding, of Nibiru and Earth a union, to witness we came. So did the Ijiji their arrival in large numbers explain. Now this is the account of how the Ijiji and the daughters of the Earthlings were abducted, and how afflictions followed, and Zeusudra, who is also known as Noah, oddly was born. In a great number did the Ijiji from Mars to Earth come, only 1/3 of them on Mars stayed. To Earth came 200. To be with their leader Marduk, his wedding celebration to attend, was their explanation. Unbeknownst to Enki and Enlil was their secret. To abduct and have conjugation was their plot. Unbeknownst to the leaders on Earth, a multitude of the Igigi on Mars got together. What to Marduk permitted is from us too should not be deprived. To each other they said, enough of suffering and loneliness, of not offspring ever having, was their oath. During their comings and goings between Mars and Earth, the daughters of the Earthlings, the Adapite females as them they called they saw, and after them they lusted. And to each other the plotters said, come, let us choose wives from among the Adapite females, and children of our own will beget. One among them, Semjazi his name was, their leader became. Even if none of you agrees, I alone the deed shall do. To the others he said, if a penalty for this sin shall be imposed, I alone for all of you shall it bear. One by one, others in the plot joined together. By an oath together to do it, they swore to do this together. By the time of Marduk's wedding, 200 of them on the landing place descended. Upon the great platform in the Cedar Mountains they came down. From there to Eridu they journeyed. Among the toiling Earthlings they passed. Together with the Earthling throng in Eridu they arrived. After the wedding ceremony of Marduk and Sarpanit had taken place, by a signal prearranged, Shamgaz to the others a sign gave. An Earthling maiden each one of the Elgigi seized, by force they them abducted. To the landing place in the Cedar Mountains, the Elgigi with the females went. Into a stronghold the place they made. To the leaders a challenge they issued. Enough of deprivation and not having offspring. The Adapite daughters to marry we wish. Your blessing to this you must give, else by fire all on earth destroy we will. Alarmed the leaders were, of Marduk, the Elgigi commander, charged to take they demanded. If in the matter I a solution must seek, with the Igigi my heart in agreement is. So did Marduk to the others say, what I have done from them cannot be deprived. Enki and Ninharsag their heads shook, with begrudging agreement they voiced. Only Enlil was enraged without pacification. One evil deed by another has been followed. Fornication from Enki and Marduk, the Igigi they have adopted. Our pride and sacred mission to the winds have been abandoned. By our own hands, this planet with earthling multitudes shall be overrun. With much disgust was Enlil speaking. Let the Igigi and their females from Earth depart. On Mars conditions unbearable have become, surviving is not possible. So did Marduk to Enlil and Enki say. In the Eden they cannot remain, Enlil with anger shouted. With much disgust the gathering he left. In his heart, things against Marduk and his Earthlings was Enlil plotting. Upon the landing platform in the Cedar Mountains were the Igigi and their females secluded. Children there to them were born, children of the rocket ships they were called. Marduk and Sarpanit his spouse also had children. Asar and Satu were the first two sons called. To the domain above the Abzu, to him and Sarpanit granted, Marduk the Igigi invited, to dwell in 2 cities that for his sons he had built. Some of the Igigi and their offspring to the domain in the dark-hued land came. On the landing platform in the Cedar Mountains, Shamgaz and others did remain to the far east lands, lands of high mountains. Some of their offspring went. How Marduk of Earthlings his strength increases, Ninurta carefully observed. What are Enki and Marduk scheming? To his father, Enlil Ninurta said, the earth by the Earthlings inherited they will. Enlil to Ninurta said, go, the offspring of Cain you must find, with them a domain of your own prepare. To the other side of earth Ninurta went, the offspring of Cain he found. How tools to make and music to play he them taught. How in mining to engage and smelt and refine he showed them. How to build rafts of balsam trees he showed them. To cross a great sea he them guided. In a new land a domain they established. A city with twin towers there they built. A domain beyond the seas it was. The mountain land of the new bond heaven earth it was not. In the Eden, Lumak was the workmaster. Quotas to enforce was his duty. The Earthlings' rations to reduce was his task. His spouse was Batanash, the daughter of Lumak's father's brother she was. Of a beauty outstanding she was, by her beauty was Enki charmed. Enki to his son Marduk a word did send, to your domain Lumak do summon. How by Earthlings a city to build there him teach. And when Lumak to the domain of Marduk was summoned, to the household of Ninharsag, in Shurubak, the haven city, his spouse Batanash was brought. From the angry Earthling masses protected, and safe to be. Thereafter, Enki, his sister, Ninhursag in Shurubak, was quick to visit. On the roof of a dwelling when Batanash was bathing, Enki by her loins took hold. He kissed her. His seed into her womb he poured. With a child Batanash was, her belly was truly swelling. To Lumak from Shurubak word was sent, to the Eden return, a son you have. To the Eden, to Shurubak, Lumak returned. To him Batanash the sun showed. White as the snow his skin was, the color of wool was his hair. Like the skies were his eyes, in a brilliance were his eyes shining. Amazed and frightened was Lumak. To his father Matushal he hurried. A son unlike an earthling to Batanash was born. By this birth greatly puzzled I am. Methuselah to Batanash came, the newborn boy he saw. By his likeness amazed he was. Is he one of the Igigi gods' offspring? Of Batanash Matushal the truth demanded. To Lumak your spouse, whether this boy his son is, the truth reveal. None of the Igigi is the boy's father. Of this upon my life I swear. So did Batanash him answer. To his son Lamech Matushala then turned. A calming arm on his shoulders he put. A mystery the boy is, but in his oddness an omen to you is revealed. Unique he is. For a task unique by destiny he was chosen.
This is the NutriBullet Ultra. Streamlined, user-inspired design. A blade so durable it comes with a 5-year warranty. Intuitive touch interface for blend or pulse. A 1200-watt motor, the most powerful of all our single-serve blenders. Welcome to the next generation of NutriBullet. NutriBullet Ultra.
What that task is, I know not. In time appropriate, known it shall become. So was Methuselah to his son Lamech saying. To what on earth was transpiring he was alluding. In those days the sufferings on earth were increasing. The days colder grew. The skies their rains were holding back. Fields their crops diminished. In the sheepfolds ewe lambs were few. Let the son to you born, unusual as he is, an omen be that a respite is coming. So did Matushala to his son Lumak say, let respite be his name. To Matushal and Lumak Batanash, her son's secret did not reveal. Ziusudra, he of long bright life days, she called him. In Shurubak he was raised. Ninhursag on the child, her protection and affection was bestowed. Of much understanding he was endowed. With knowledge he was by her provided. Enki, the child greatly adored. To read the writings of Adapa, him he taught. The priestly rites how to observe and perform the boy as a young man learned. In the 110th Shah was Ziusudra, also known as Noah, was born. In Shurubak he grew up and espoused Emzara, and she bore him 3 sons. In his days the sufferings on earth intensified. Plagues and starvations the earth afflicted. Now this is the account of earth's tribulations before the deluge, and how the mysterious Galzu decisions of life and death in secret guided. By the conjugations of Igigi and the earthling daughters was Enlil greatly disturbed. By Marduk's espousal of an earthling female, Enlil was much distraught. In his eyes the Anunnaki mission to earth had become perverted. To him the howling, shouting earthling masses an anathema became. Oppressive the pronouncements of the earthlings have become. The conjugations of sleep deprive me. So did Enlil to the other leaders say. In the days of Ziusudra, plagues and pestilences the earth afflicted. Aches, dizziness, chills, fevers the earthlings overwhelmed. Let us the earthlings curing teach how themselves to remedy to learn. So did Ninhursag say. This by decree I forbid, Enlil to her retorted. In the lands where to the earthlings have spread, waters from their sources did not rise. The earth shut its womb, vegetation did not sprout. Let us the earthlings pond and canal building teach. Let them from the seas fish and sustenance obtain. So did Enki to the other leaders say. This by decree I forbid, Enlil to Enki said. Let the earthlings by hunger and pestilence perish. For one Shah the earthlings ate the grasses of the fields. For the second Shah and the third Shah, the vengeance of Enlil they suffered. In Shurubak, Ziusudra's city, the suffering unbearable was becoming. To Eridu, Ziusudra, also known as Noah, of the earthlings a spokesman, journeyed. To the house of the Lord Enki he made his way, by the name of his Lord he called. For help and salvation to him he pleaded. Enki by Enlil's decrees was bound. In those days, the Anunnaki, for their own surviving, were concerned. Their own rations were diminished. By Earth's changes, they themselves afflicted and aged quicker became. On Earth as on Mars, the seasons their regularity lost. For 1 Shar, for 2 Shars, from Nibiru the heavenly circuits were studied. Oddities in the planetary destinies from Nibiru were observed. On the sun's face, black spots were appearing. From its face, flames shot up. The planet Kishar, known as also, was misbehaving. Its host its footings lost, dizzying were their circuits. The hammered bracelet known as the asteroid belt was by unseen net forces pulled and pushed. For reasons unfathomed, the sun its family was upsetting. The destinies of the Celestials by unsavory fates were overtaken. On Nibiru, the savants' alarms raised. In the public squares, the people gathered. The creator of all, to primordial days, the heavens is returning. Angry is the creator of all. Voices from amongst the people shouted. On Earth, the tribulations were increasing. Fear and famine their heads reared. For 3 Shars, for 4 Shars, the instruments the White Land facing were observed. By Nurgle and Ereshkigal, odd rumblings in the White Land snows were recorded. The snow ice that the White Land covers is sliding. So did they from Abzu's tip report. In the land beyond the seas, Ninurta in his haven foretelling instruments established. Quakes and jitters at the Earth's bottom with the instruments he noticed. An odd matter is afoot. So did Enlil to Anu on Nibiru words of alarm send. For the 5th Shar, for the 6th Shar, the phenomena gained strength. On Nibiru, the savants an alarm raised. Of calamities to the king they forewarnings gave. The next time Nibiru the sun shall be nearing, Earth to Nibiru's net force exposed shall be. Mars in its circuits on the sun's other side shall a station take. From the net force of Nibiru, Earth in the heavens protection shall not have. Kishar and its host agitated shall be. Mars shall also shake and wobble. In Earth's great below, the snow ice of the White Land its footing is losing. The next time Nibiru the closest to Earth shall approach, the snow ice off the White Land's surface shall come a-sliding. A watery calamity it shall cause. By a huge wave, a deluge, the Earth will be overwhelmed. On Nibiru great was the consternation, uncertain about Nibiru's own fate. Kings, savants, and counselors about Earth and Mars, also greatly worried. The king and the counselors a decision made. For evacuating Earth and Mars, the Anunnaki must prepare. In the Abzu, the gold mines shut down. There from the Anunnaki to the Eden came. In Bad Tibira, smelting and refining ceased. All gold to Nibiru was lofted. Empty, for evacuating ready, a fleet of fast celestial chariots to Earth returned. On Nibiru, the heavenly signs were watched. On Earth, the tremors recorded were. It was at that time that from one of the celestial chariots, a white-haired Anunnaki stepped off. Galzu, Great Noah, was his name. With steps majestic to Enlil his way he made. To him a sealed message from Anu he presented. I am Galzu, emissary plenipotentiary of king and council. To Enlil he said. By his coming Enlil was surprised. No word from Anu of that did forecome. Enlil the seal of Anu examined. Unbroken and authentic it was. In Nibruki the message tablet was read. Its encoding was trustworthy. For king and council Galzu speaks, his words are my command. So did the message from Anu state. That Enki and Ninhursag be also summoned was Galzu's request. When they came to Ninhursag, Galzu pleasantly smiled. Of the same school and age we are, to her he said. This Ninhursag could not recall. The emissary was as young as a son, she was as his olden mother. Simple is the explanation. Galzu to her said, by our winter's slumbered life cycles it is caused. Indeed, this matter is of my mission apart. About the evacuation, it is a secret. Ever since Dumuzi on Nibiru had stayed, returning Anunnaki on Nibiru examined were. Those who on Earth the longest stayed by the returning harshly were afflicted. Their bodies to Nibiru cycles were accustomed no longer. Their sleep was disturbed, their eyesight was failing, the net force of Nibiru weighted their walk. Their minds were also affected, as sons were older than the parents they had left. Death, my comrades, to the returnees quickly came. Of that, I am here a warning to give. The 3 leaders, on Earth the longest, by the words silent became. Ninhursag was the first to speak. That much was to be expected, she was saying. Enki, the wise one, to her words consented. That much was clear, he said. Enlil with anger was seized. Before, the Earthlings like us were becoming. Now we as Earthlings have become to this planet imprisoned. This whole mission to a nightmare turned by Enki and his Earthlings from masters to slaves we were made. To the outburst, Galzu with compassion listened. Indeed, much there is to ponder, he said. On Nibiru, much thinking and soul-searching deep questions are raising. Should Nibiru to its fate been left, whatever by the Creator of all intended, to be let to happen, or was the coming to Earth by the Creator of all conceived, and we only unwitting emissaries? Of that, my comrades, the debate will continue. So was Galzu to them saying, now this is the secret command from Nibiru. The three of you on Earth will remain, only to die to Nibiru you will return. In celestial chariots, the Earth encircling, the calamity you shall outwait. To each of the other Anunnaki, a choice to leave or the calamity outwait must be given. The Igigi who Earthlings espoused must between departure and spouses choose. No Earthling, Marduk Sarpanit included, to Nibiru to journey is allowed. For all who stay and what happens see, in celestial chariots they safety must seek. As for all the others, to depart for Nibiru forthwith they ready must be. So did Galzu Nibiru's commands to the leaders in secret reveal. Now this is the account of how the Anunnaki to abandon Earth decided, and how an oath they took mankind to let in the deluge perish. In Nibruki, Enlil a council of Anunnaki and Igigi commanders summoned. The leaders' sons and their children also were present. Word of the impending calamity, Enlil to them a secret revealed. To a bitter end, Earth's mission has come, said Enlil. All who wish to leave will leave in celestial boats to Nibiru will be evacuated. But if Earthling spouses they have, without the spouses they must leave. Igigi, who to their spouses and offspring attached are, let them to the highest peaks on Earth escape. As for a few of us Anunnaki who will choose to stay, in boats of heaven in Earth's skies will we remain, the calamity to outwait, the fate of Earth to witness. As the commander, I shall be the first one to stay. So was Enlil saying. By their own choice will be the others. With my father I choose to stay, the calamity to face. So did Ninurta announce. To the lands beyond the oceans after the deluge, I will return. Nana, Enlil's on Earth firstborn, an odd wish announced. The deluge to outwait not in Earth's skies but on the moon. That was his wish. Enki, an eyebrow raised. Enlil, though puzzled, approved. Ishkur, Enlil's youngest, to remain on Earth with his father, his decision made. Utu and Inanna, Nana's children who on Earth were born to stay, they declared. Enki and Damkina, known as Ninki, to stay and Earth not abandon chose. Proudly they so announced. The Igigi and Sarpanit I shall not desert, Marduk with anger stated. One by one Enki's other sons their choice to stay announced. Nergal and Gibel, Ninagal and Ningishzida and Dumuzi too. All eyes to Ninhursag then turned. With pride and choice to stay, she declared, my life work is here. The Earthlings I helped engineer and create, I shall not abandon. By her words, Anunnaki and Igigi to a clamor were stirred. About the Earthlings' fate they inquired. Let the Earthlings for the abominations perish. So did Enlil proclaim. A wondrous being by us was created. By us saved it must be. Enki to Enlil shouted. To this Enlil with his own shouted words retorted. From the very beginning at every turn, the decisions by you modified were. To primitive workers procreating you gave. To them knowledge of good and evil you endowed. The powers of the Creator of all into your hands you have taken. With fornication Adapa you conceived, understanding to his line you gave. His offspring to the heavens you have taken, our wisdom with them you shared. Every rule you have broken, decisions and command you ignored. Because of you, by a civilized Earthling brother, a brother was murdered. Because of Marduk, your son the Igigi, like him with Earthlings intermarried. Who is lordly from Nibiru, to whom the Earth alone belongs. To no one is no longer known. Enough to all that I say, the abominations cannot continue. Now that a calamity by a destiny unknown has been ordained, let what must happen, happen. So did Enlil angrily proclaim that all leaders solemnly swear to let events unhindered occur. Of all, Enlil demanded.
I've heard the stories.
First to take the oath of
cannot stand
silence
against
was
them alone.
Ninurta. Others of Enlil's side followed.
I prayed to Sobek,
Nurgle of
and he
Enki's
delivered.
sons was first to take the oath.
You.
Others of Enki's sons followed.
Come.
To your command I bow, Marduk to Enlil said. But of what worth is the swearing? If Igigi their spouses will abandon, would not the fear among the earthlings spread? Ninharsag was in tears. The words of the oath she faintly whispered. Enlil at his brother Enki gazed. It is the wish of king and
How did your
council.
path ever bring
To
you this
him he
far?
said, why will you
After we
bind me
parted
with an
ways,
oath?
I
Enki
found
to his
myself
brother
caught by strong
Enlil asked.
currents.
The decision
Did you
by
ever
you
return
was
to
made.
Siwa?
On
To
earth
your
it is
role
a
as Mecha?
commandment. The flood waters I cannot arrest. The earthling
longer
multitudes I cannot save. To what oath to
How
bind
did you
me
end
you
up here?
therefore desire?
I took
So did
inspiration
Enki his
from
brother
you.
ask.
Consider
To
me
let
a
it all
protector.
happen as if by fate decreed.
what?
Let it as Enlil's
There's no one
decision
out
be
here.
known. On Enlil
the
alone let the
breeze.
responsibility forever rest. So did Enki to all pronounce.
What is this place?
Then Enki from the
Shrine to
assembly
Sobek.
departed
Very
disappointed.
old.
Marduk with
Very
him also
dangerous.
left.
Climb.
With
It is
quick
not
words
safe
of
down here.
command, Enlil the assembly to order brought tasks for what was to be done, he with firm decisions assigned. Between those who will depart and those who will stay the grouping arrange. Places for assembly to designate, equipment to collect, chariots to assign. First to depart were those who to Nibiru were returning, with much embracing and the locking of arms in joy mixed with sorrow. The celestial boats they boarded. One after the other, the vehicles from Sipar roared aloft. At first those left behind journey safely. I shouted, then muted were the cries. After the launchings toward Nibiru completed were, the turn of Marduk and the Igigi with earthling spouses came. Marduk them all on the landing place assembled, a choice to them he gave. With him and Sarpanit and 2 sons and the daughters to Lahmugo, there the calamity outwait, or to distant mountain lands on earth disperse, a haven from the deluge to find. Enlil then of those who remained took account, by groupings to them chariots he assigned. Ninurta to the mountain lands beyond the oceans, Enlil directed on earth's rumblings to report. While the others sat idly waiting, Enki and Ninharsag a challenging task undertook. Ninharsag in Shurabak by some of her female assistants was helped. Enki by Ningish Zida in the Abzu at the Olden House of Life was assisted. Male and female essences and life eggs they collected, of each kind 2 by 2, 2 by 2, they in Shurabak and the Abzu preserved, for safekeeping while in Earth circuit to be taken, thereafter the living kinds to recombine. At that time word from Ninurta came, Earth's rumblings ominous are. At that time word from Nurgle and Ereshkigal came, she said, the white land is shaken. In Sipar all the Anunnaki gathered, the day of the great flood has arrived. End of tablets 6 through 9. Stay tuned for episode 3 of Sitchin's Lost Book of
Old
Enki
ruins,
tablet 10
old
through
gods.
14.
Perhaps.
If you like this episode,
That doesn't mean
please
it
like,
isn't
share,
without
and
power.
subscribe to our channel for more episodes on ancient myths and legends only at Astral Legends. May the eternal light forever guide your paths.
With their deep, dark